Welcome and good evening. This is the Rochester Board of Education Speakers Forum, and today is Tuesday, July 14th. This evening, we will be hearing from a few speakers. We have about 3 speakers listed here. And I do want to just, again, inform folks on how these particular sessions go. This is an opportunity, again, for you to speak to us. We will listen to you. We don't typically provide any feedback or respond because we should be just listening and hearing what you have to say. This is an opportunity for you to lift your voice. So I'm going to open up the floor at this time. Each speaker has 3 minutes, at which point the 3 minutes you'll hear a buzz or something of that nature. And that means that your time has concluded for speaking. And so I will ask that the first speaker join us at the podium, and that would be Deborah Lawson Maddox.
Evening, all. My name is Deborah Lawson Maddox. I'm a paraprofessional in a NISA program, 9 years at Edison. We love what we do for our children, educate, nurture, care. We greet, listen to them, laugh with them. We go above and beyond. We change and feed those who aren't able to. My issue is your lack of understanding. A lot of individuals from your district have come up here to this podium to tell you or express to you how things are for them. This oracle you spent so much money on has done a lot of damage. It has taken more from us than helping us, still causing confusion right now. 4.6 million or so. But we changers or feeders, we only get $2.75 an hour for changing. And do you hear anything we say? Do you care at all? A lot of us are hurting. We do. We hurt. We rob Peter to pay Paul. We're working for free. We that opted in. No pay till July 24th. That's crazy. We never gone through anything like this when we had people soft. Superintendent, you say you understand. You were a TA for a while. Well, sir, you and those around you wouldn't last 15 minutes in our classroom. I'll tell you a story from last week, first week of school, summer school. A grandmother gives one of our students a laxative. We changed her 3 times. Changed her clothes, also. Poop on her, poop on the floor, poop everywhere. We had another student who ate too much PBJ sandwiches, who goes twice. All this in one day, sir, at the same time. Very messy, very stinky for $2.75 plus the pay that you give us. Sir, you live in the past with our pay, rates, waste so much money on a system that has made it worse for us. Have you noticed rent, food, RG&E, daycare, medications, bills are going up? Is your heart that hard and stony? Is it? And your thank you letter that you wrote to us in the emails, 3rd paragraph you say in that quote, we are shaping our focus on instruction, expanding opportunities for students, strengthening school communities, improving how we support staff. Where are you supporting us? Where are you supporting us? I think y'all need to be audited. That's my opinion.
But if you have the additional comments, I'm sorry, I'm not on the camera, the speaker here. If you have additional comments that you'd like us to read or you'd like to submit, you can place them over here, and then we will also receive those from you. The next person on the list is Layla McFadden.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Layla McFadden, and I'm a Rochester City School District paraprofessional, alumna, and college student working toward becoming a teacher in this district. I'm speaking today because one job should be enough. The people who support this district every day shouldn't have to work multiple jobs just to afford basic necessities. For me, the workday doesn't end when I leave school. After my shift as a paraprofessional, I go to my second job where I work another 6 to 7 hours at least 4 days a week. And on top of that, I'm in college, still working to become a teacher in the RCSD. It's discouraging to watch teachers leave at such a rapid rate as someone so eager to enter. And after experiencing the payroll issues, communication problems, and other ongoing challenges within this district, I get it. And what's even more discouraging is that these aren't new problems for me. I saw many of these same issues when I was a student in this district. I also want to address the confusion around the RAP Equalized Pay program. Whether an employee opted in or not, the confusion and anxiety about paychecks shouldn't have reached this point. Employees shouldn't have to spend weeks wondering if they'll be paid correctly after dedicating a whole school year to serving our students. Communication has been one of the biggest concerns. When employees go looking for answers about their pay, they're sometimes just handed the same documents that were already emailed, even when those documents don't even apply to them. People aren't looking for another copy of an email. They're looking for someone who can explain their individual situation, answer their questions, and help them understand what's happening and not just hide in their offices. We also would like to know what happened to the so-called glitch of pay stubs that rolled out last Wednesday and why all of a sudden they're just gone. We have them though. This has been a long, difficult year. Between payroll problems, inconsistent communication, and a growing loss of trust, people are exhausted. It is not fair that in every place the district falls short, the employee it is not fair that in every place the district falls short, the burden never fails to land on the employees who keep the schools running. Morale is low, and for many of us, it feels like we're at our wits' end. If RCSD wants to recruit and retain dedicated educators and support staff, rebuilding trust has to become a priority. That starts with fair pay, honest communication, accountability, and treating employees with the respect they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer Anderson.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Anderson. I've completed 23 years in the district. I don't have any paper I didn't bring or any certain thing. I just want to let everyone know that we're sick and tired of the way we're being treated, how we're being lied to, told one thing, told another, told about glitches that don't even exist, treated like we're nobody when we're standing up for the kids, loving them, being nurses, being teachers, being parents, giving them what they need and beyond that. And we're just not being treated fairly. Since you came around with this fusion rock, it's nothing but a problem. It is nothing good for us. We've suffered behind it, and this needs to stop. We've been hearing for the last year, we're going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of it. Okay, well, here we go. We're in July. I believe it came the end of June, a whole year. We're not getting rid of it. We're still being told lies and stories. Nothing's changed. Nothing's getting better. You know, and then you want us to tell people, oh, come to the district. They're hiring. It's a good place to work. Why would we lie to people? Why would we want people to go through what we've been going through? It's not fair to us. We work hard. We love these kids. We give them what you guys surely don't. You're sitting down in central office behind desks. Doing what? Shuffling papers, saying this and that? Come to the classrooms. Let's see if you can handle it. Because I personally don't think you can. I personally don't. It takes a whole lot. And we're tired of this. We always get the bad end. TAs and paras. And we're the ones that's standing for the classes and keeping the classes together. Sure, the teachers have to teach. But without us, they couldn't teach. You know, enough is enough of this. And the Fusion Rock is not fair to us. Now we're not getting our paycheck last week for the last 2 weeks of school. We earned that. We work for that. And if this was going to be the case, you should at least have the decency to tell us. I mean, we're human beings. We're not robots. We deserve that and then some. It's time to get it together. I only have 2 years left to make 25, and I'm out of here. You know, sad to say, it's not that I don't care for the district or the kids. It's just that enough is enough. When are you people going to realize not only do you need us, but it's time to step it up? You don't want to pay us hardly any money? We get 3 days vacation, personal days, excuse me, if you work summer school. If you don't, you get 2. You got to use 1 for the day after Thanksgiving if you choose to get paid. If you give us 2 days off for Memorial Day, you have to use another if you choose to get paid. If you don't work
Thank you.
summer school, there goes the 2 you gave us for personal.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. The timer did go off.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I barely heard it myself. But also, if you have comments or follow-up, feel free to leave any comments you have there. But we did hear you, and I do understand. I do hear you.
Thank you.
Thank
I'd
you.
personally rather be heard in person because all
Yes.
them comments we leaving and stuff, I don't think gonna do a bit of good.
Thank you. With no further speakers listed for this evening, that concludes our speakers forum for this evening. And we will move forward with the Contract for Excellence public hearing at this time. The Rochester City School District is conducting its public hearing or gathering comments, public comments on the proposed submission to the New York State Education Department regarding the Contract for Excellence. The Contract for Excellence is based on a New York State law which requires specific school districts to ensure that additional financial resources target programs and direct funds towards the goal of raising student achievement and benefit students with the greatest educational needs. Contract for Excellence must be used to support initiatives and programs to boost achievement through areas such as class size reduction, middle or high school restructuring, teacher or principal quality, full-day kindergarten, pre-K, and English language learners. Each year, the district is required to submit a fiscal summary and narrative to the New York State Education Department to demonstrate our compliance with the Contract for Excellence requirements. The district's 2026-27 Contract for Excellence planning documents can be found on the website at rcsdk12.org/C4E. We are here this evening to receive public comments, which we do not have anyone signed up for this evening regarding the Contract for Excellence. So we will move forward, and as a reminder, the district's 26-27 plan for the Contract for Excellence, along with details regarding comment submission, can be found on the website at rcsdk12.org/C4E, and public comment is invited through August 13th, 2026. With no further information on this matter, we will take a 10-minute break. We start the business meeting at 6 o'clock, so we will take a brief recess and return at 6 o'clock to begin the business meeting promptly at that time. Time is 5:52. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Rochester Board of Education. Today is Tuesday, July 14th, and this is our work session. We're going to open up the work session at this time. I do want to just read some of our call to order statements, and that the board is expected, the board as well as district officials, excuse me, are expected to, I gotta take these glasses off, how about that? We expect district officials and the public to conduct themselves and speak in respectful and courteous manner so as to model proper civility and decorum for students. Shouting, personal insults, vulgarity, profanity, attacks, revealing information prohibited by law, or any conduct that disrupts the flow of business is considered to be out of order. The board may, among any other steps available pursuant to law, take the following actions during meetings to maintain a fair and efficient meeting. And that is that we may interrupt, warn, or terminate participants' statement when we go over time. We may request individuals to leave the meeting or just call for a recess. Moving forward, I want to open again the conversation for this evening and acknowledge that we do have visitors or guests, being our governance coaches, Ray Hart and Cindy Ellsburn from the Council for Great City Schools, joining us this evening to provide some general guidance as we work through some of our topic matters, as well as Vice President Malloy is joining us virtually this evening. I'm going to move the dais over to our clerk. We're going to open with board protocols. These are things that we've been talking about for a while, and so we're trying to put some shape and updates around this information. Board Clerk, it is for you. You have the mic.
Thank you, President Simmons. Good evening, Commissioners, Superintendent, Administration, families, and community members. Tonight, as President Simmons indicated, as the school board starts its new year, you all will be discussing updates to several of your protocols and policies. This includes the question log, school visits, and your meeting schedule. During the development of this presentation, input has been provided by those listed: the administration, state monitor, board staff, general counsel, and your CGCS governance coaches. So first, as we talk about the communications protocol, in your current protocol, this is just a reminder of your first point of contact, depending upon your needs. So the listed roles here, you see District Clerk, Auditor General, and General Counsel, along with the Superintendent, are your direct board reports. You should first contact the Auditor General, Henry Wheeler, if you have audit-related questions. Obviously, General Counsel Neal will be addressing any legal inquiries, and then myself, Board Clerk Nguyen, you would reach out to for meeting information, any constituent concerns or questions, and then just other general inquiries. That has not changed from your current protocol. Here, we're going to get into a discussion related to the board question log. The question log serves as a repository for information requests. The log was originally a way for the administration to respond to commissioners' questions during meetings when information was not readily available. Inquiries were related to meeting items. Questions were entered and answered in a central place, providing all board members access to the responses. Over time, the log has evolved to include not only questions from the meeting, but any inquiry or requests for information a commissioner may generate, which may not always be in alignment with your current governance practices. Additionally, the question log takes a significant amount of administrative time. Considering these things, there are several recommendations to update this process. First, as you can see in the slide here, this is an update to what your actual log looks like. The current log is stored month by month, with each commissioner having a tab dedicated to their questions or requests. This format has contributed to items being missed. In this updated log that you see on the slide, there is one log for the entire year. Each tab will now become a month, and commissioner and cabinet members' names are drop-downs. This enhanced format will allow the request to remain on a single page, making it much easier to identify unanswered questions. As a return to the original purpose of the log and to align with your current governance framework, questions must identify if they're related to a meeting agenda item. And if so, that item would need to be identified. And you see that there in column C that says related agenda item. For items that are not agenda related, you would use the drop down and select if this is related to a community engagement or constituent inquiry, a governance matter, or if it is a management or operations question. Lastly, you'll see in column O, all the way at the end, is that there is a request to move the current response time from 48 hours to 72 hours, or more commonly, 3 business days. This will provide a more realistic frame time for administration to review, assign, and answer requests while still managing their daily duties. So just to kind of summarize that, again, questions would identify their relevance to the agenda, if it is an agenda-related item. If it is a non-agenda specific item, the questions would be assigned to one of 3 buckets: community engagement, governance, or management operations matter. The logging of responses in the question log from administration satisfies the requirement to distribute, and so commissioners are expected and responsible to review the log on a regular basis. The question log will be posted in both the work session and business meeting agendas. Any sensitive responses will be identified by the responder and redacted prior to public posting. And then extensive requests would automatically be considered in the next public board meeting. So this breaks down the current timeline of question log responses. Your current, as I indicated before, the current timeline generally provides 48 hours to respond to all requests. Items requiring more than 48 hours to provide a response currently require a board vote. What happens is, in those instances, I reach out to the requesting commissioner and let them know that it would take more than 4 hours, and then they decide whether or not they would like to move this to a board vote or to decline moving forward with the item. Under the new process, the administration would have 3 business days, or 72 hours, to respond to requests. And as previously stated, this is a more realistic time frame, allowing them to manage their daily duties and still be responsive to board members. In the second row there, you see major requests. In your current format, major requests are anything 2 hours or more. It is now recommended that anything requiring more than an hour and a half to complete would become a major request, and response time would be automatically extended to 5 business days. Once we get into items that require 3 or more hours to compile a response, they are considered extensive requests. In those instances, once staff have indicated that an item would take more than 3 hours, that request is automatically going to be placed on the next work session or business meeting agenda for consideration. Request considerations will not be placed on speaker forum or public hearing agendas. No work will be done on the request unless the vote passes by the board. Any non-agenda related item has a different timeline, as you see here in the last row. This allows administration to first focus on the items directly related to board discussion and decisions. The administration will automatically have 5 business days to respond to non-agenda related items. However, if the response requires more than 1.5 hours to respond to, it will automatically be placed on the next meeting agenda, for consideration. No work, again, would be done on this request unless the vote passes, and then upon passing, the administration will have 10 business days to provide a response. I do want to note here, before I pause for a discussion and any questions, is that multi-part or layered questions and requests will be considered as one item. And I think that's important when you're looking at how long it takes to respond to any question or request. President Simmons, I'd like to take a pause here to have a discussion.
Thank you, Clerk Nguyen. And also, is that Commissioner Griffin?
Hold on, I'm sorry.
I see initial.
Is Commissioner Griffin online, Dejan?
Okay.
Thank
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I acknowledge, I see big letters, but then I'm trying to squint for the little ones, and I want to acknowledge that also Commissioner Griffin is joining us online this evening as well. So at this point, we do have, I want to open the dais for clarification, questions, or concerns regarding what has been presented thus far regarding the board question log. Do you have any type of like readied example? Because.
Sure. So, for instance, if after a business meeting, a commissioner asks for a data chart or a report, for instance, related to a resolution that you all had considered, and that data does not currently exist in the format that is being requested, and the administration identifies that this would be an extensive request and say it takes more than 3 hours to compile, it will automatically be placed on that work session agenda because that's your next meeting and convening. At that meeting, the board would have a vote, and so the commissioner would have an opportunity to explain why they want this request, and the board could, ask questions, have discussion, and then you all would take a vote. If you voted to approve it, the administration, I would communicate this to them, and they'd have 3 business days to respond. And if in that instance the vote failed, the administration would not work on the item at all. Okay, and so that's again related clearly to an agenda item of a meeting that you all had just had, and that relates to like a request which we see often for a specific report or data. And just want to also say that sometimes data is not, and you've talked about this, President Simmons, available in the format that we may think it is, and it might require employees to utilize several systems in order to compile that information and provide that report. Likewise, if if a commissioner had requested information, say on how many walkers the district has disaggregated by distance in school, right? Something, again, that may not be readily available, but is a non-agenda related item, the administration will automatically get 5 days to create that chart. In this instance, it would take more than 3 hours, and they would not begin working on it until the board approved it. Once it's approved, they would get 10 days to submit that response and requested chart to the board.
Okay. Yep, and I was talking also about examples like how the log, like a physical example that we could watch and.
Oh, I'm
like,
sorry.
See Spot run and like
Like,
this
did
drops
you mean
out.
like a
It makes sense when I look
snippet?
at it. Yeah.
Do you want me to open the live doc so you
Well,
can see it? I can do
If,
it.
not necessarily board, does the board have an appetite to see the actual functional log, like an example in real time, or just want to get to some questions?
Need to see it. I'm just wondering, this is no longer on Google Docs then? This isn't?
It is still, no, this is still in Google Doc.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or thoughts concerning this? Commissioner LeBron?
I do want to say, though, I don't know about Google Docs anymore. I think it's hackable, and I think it's a security risk for us. But 2 questions is this board log going to remain public and accessible for the public to see the answers? I'm particularly curious in commissioners putting items up there and then other commissioners not voting for it so that the public is clear on when items are trying to be brought up. So will that be public?
Yes, so what would happen is prior to the work session or the business meeting, I would go in and then we would turn this into a PDF. The only time items would not be provided is, as you see in column R, it says if this is a sensitive item, and then in that instance, I would double check and ensure that the information isn't in fact sensitive, have a conversation perhaps with legal counsel around if any of that information can be provided, and then again, PDF'd, and it would be attached to the agenda. So that's where everybody would find those questions and answers.
Got it, thank you. I then just want to add to legal that we probably should not have Google Docs as the form and the format that holds potential private or sensitive information, because it is hackable. I had to move all my stuff to the cloud. So I want to put that out there. But I also would want the administration to define this timeline of gathering information, because I have been here long enough to know that there have been administrations of the past who will tell board members that it takes 4 hours to get an answer when that is simply not true, especially when you're telling them, I have to go into the systems, and the system should have functions to be able to pull down data and do inquiries and gather reports, and that should not take 4 hours. I actually think if it takes 4 hours to get answers, that's a whole other problem administration-wise. But can we define what will be the defining? Yeah, what's the factor? It's just a staff person saying this is going to take me more than 3 hours?
So I can tell you what happens in
Yeah.
current practice. So in current practice, if the administration indicates something would take 4 hours or more, in this case, it would go down to 3, there's a conversation around the why. So I'm always asking, why would this take 3 or 4 hours? And then having that conversation with the requesting commissioner to help them understand the why and, that it's a valid response. So if you're looking for something more than that, I think that would have to be a conversation with administration and the board if you want a more defined process.
I do, and that's why I'm bringing it up here, because this is the board work session to specifically discuss this right now. So yes, I would like to see that further defined, because otherwise, It could just be someone saying, this is going to take me more than 3 hours.
And I do
No
see-
verification.
Clerk Nguyen, that there is under O and P, that if a response requires more than 72 hours, that an explanation will be provided, so that not only commissioners are aware, but the public. And how long, let's start with the inception, too. How long has this board question log been around and on Google Docs?
So
For
it's
like, how
been in
long?
Google, I've been here 4 years. I couldn't speak to prior to that. It's a Google sheet is what it is.
Okay, for quite some time. Okay, and then also with the sensitive information, because this is not something that just got created, it's been around. With the sensitive information that you did speak to, I think Commissioner LeBron made a good point around the sensitivity of Google Docs or what have you. However, before it's shared to Google Docs, it would be redacted information to protect the sensitive information, is the way I understood it. And then the parts that are going to be viewed by commissioners, we would get in a different form. How would we get the information that is being redacted?
General Counsel, if I could respond. So what you all are looking at right now is the snippet in Google Sheets, which you all have the link to and can access. You will be able to always see the sensitive information. When I PDF it to attach to the business meeting or the work
Gotcha.
session agenda, that's where information will be redacted.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner McCullough?
Yeah, so I do have a question. For the 3 hour to compile the request, and I need maybe some of the commissioners up here can help me. It was originally 4 hours, correct? And was that in policy, that it was 4 hours?
And the communications protocol.
So there was no policy that said the 4 hours for communication. Okay, I wanted to just to make sure, because I'm seeing so many documents, I want to make sure that we're on the right page. And then, in addition, I know like how I've been using the board log currently. And I go in and I do read some of these responses, not just for mine, but for other commissioners as well. And I sometimes have questions from the responses that are given to them. How would that be treated in this situation?
The same, you would submit what your question is, and it would be entered. Often, if you are asking a question in response to something that was provided from a different commissioner, we will indicate that this reply is a follow-up to Commissioner so-and-so's question or something to that effect, so they know that there's a connection between the two.
So there would be like a link.
Yeah, so in this
To the
instance,
two,
because it's all
okay.
on one sheet, I would say Commissioner McCullough's, this question is related to a question on row 5. And so they could understand where it tied back to and kind of start from there.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so it looks like we have some clarity around some of the items. I would like to, as we move forward, get a pulse from the board on some of these updates. Where do we land with the board question log, the new format, the time constraints, and how it'll be operationalized, or how the logistics will work? How are we feeling about that? I'm in support of it, as I do want to make sure that we are getting actual focused work done, but that we're also getting our questions addressed, and that we have a level of, or standard of expectations around this. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I'm just wondering for extensive requests related to an agenda item. It says staff will provide a high-level estimation of time, but it says the request is paused immediately and placed on the next meeting agenda for a formal vote. So if there's a resolution that's in our business meeting or that's in our work session, how will that work? I mean, because the resolution won't be paused, right? So let's say that this request is an answer that's needed before the meeting that we're voting on it. Like the resolution won't be paused. We'll still vote on it with no answer.
Yep, so
Even
look,
if it's on the same day of the meeting, if the next meeting is where we vote on the question.
so I'll jump ahead a little bit because we talk about it a little later in the presentation, but if you recall in your June 2nd special meeting, you all decided to move your work session and speaker forum, you swap weeks, so that allowed for you all to have additional time, and now you have 11 days to review the agenda and resolution materials before your work session. So that should really minimize those instances in where questions would not be answered prior to your board meeting.
And if you can help me, Clerk Nguyen, because I see a
gonna
hand on
say.
the thing, so just help bring it to my attention because they are tiny. But I noticed Commissioner Griffin has a hand. Commissioner Griffin, I believe you're muted. You're not muted? Okay, we're unable to hear you here. Give us 1 second. I'm going to see if we can figure out what's happened technically so that we can ensure we capture you. Give us 1 second here. Say testing, testing, Commissioner Griffin, or say something. Can you hear me, Commissioner Griffin? We still can't hear her, Dejan. Oh, here you go. Turn up the volume a little bit. We're hearing you now.
Oh, she went away.
John, 1 more second, and then we'll hopefully be good. And Commissioner Malloy, if you're able to come off mute for a moment and say testing, testing or something, I want to see if we're able to hear anyone online. Okay, you can place yourself back on mute. I didn't hear her either. So it's something on our end. I appreciate your patience. We'll see what's going on. Let's continue the conversation as Dejan works that out. And so then we'll circle back to Commissioner Griffin as soon as we're able to hear her. Commissioner Feynman?
I just want a point of clarification. When clerk was presenting, she said that she would notify, when Clerk Wynn said she'd notify the commissioner as to the need for the time of extension. But the paperwork, and this is what we're working and trying to get everything together, says she's going to notify the board president. Is that in addition to the commissioner that asked for that information, or just the president?
The part about notifying commissioners, I was referring to the current practice and process of how it works. So this is separate and kind of the new practice.
And the new practice will be the commissioner that asked for the information?
No. So two different things. In the current practice, if an item takes 4 or more hours, which requires board vote, I go back to the commissioner who asked. In this instance, this is not, this is just notifying the board president that a major request has been entered and that the extension is going to be provided automatically to 5 days. That does not go to a board vote.
So you would still
It's just so
be-
she's aware.
You would still be informed. I would be informed for the purpose of being able to know that this is coming forward on the agenda,
Okay.
but not necessarily unilaterally making a decision if it comes forward or not.
Understood.
Yeah. You want to try again, Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
We
Can
can
hear
hear
me?
you now.
Okay, I'm actually on my way inside. But I was just wanting to piggyback off of actually what Beatrice was saying, Commissioner LeBron, I should say, regarding specifying what is the timeline and what it specifically would take a long time. What do you consider? And secondly, I think that this whole thing with the changes and the time frame and when you can produce us the information should be something that the commissioners should now take back and look at and bring the questions that they have. And I'm hoping that we're not trying to vote on something today regarding this, because I don't believe that we should be doing that at this time. I think that we should have more time to have our questions answered before we make a decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Okay, I want to move on with the presentation at this
But
time,
wait a second.
Clerk Wynn.
I guess my questions, it needs to be answered. Well, is that going to happen? You just went on to something else. So can we get clarification?
Oh, I
of-
thought you were providing a suggestion or your
No,
thought. Okay.
clarification. Will we be voting on this today was one of the questions.
Well, I think what we'll do is,
Second-
if you can hear me, okay, what we're going to do is continue with the presentation, and then we can have that discussion at the end and make a determination as a board as to the next steps and where we see ourselves going from here.
Okay,
as a
because I think,
collective board.
okay, right. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, but my question is still remains that they need time, and I think we need time as commissioners to take this in and bring back the questions that we need to have answered. So I'm thinking that now that this is taken away from the commissioners' a voice,
Yes,
if you
I
will say.
appreciate that. We have the clarity as to what you were stating, Commissioner Griffin. So we're just going to finish out the presentation, and then at the end of the full presentation, we'll be able to visit some of those concerns. We're not going to make the decision in this moment, at this mark, but we do hear you, so we're going to continue this conversation because it does entail a lot of other information, okay? So moving on with the conversation, and we'll again pause to talk about different aspects of the information being presented before we continue. It looks like we are at the communication protocol, school visit, department visits space.
So, as you recall, several months ago, you all elected an ad hoc committee to look at some board procedures and develop a handbook. A part of that work, as Commissioner McCullough began to speak at the June meeting, was around looking at the school board policies. So what you have here in this chart, and the reason that I'm talking about this policy, because they will also talk about some other policy items later, is because this directly connects to the school visit portion included in your current communications protocol, okay? And so on the left, you see what the current language is from policy 2111, and on the right, you will see the recommendations from, the highlight is the recommendations from the ad hoc committee. If you like, would you like me to read it out loud, President Simmons? Or can you see
No, I
that?
think
Oh.
board members can see
Okay.
the.
No, but I just want to make sure.
The offer.
And before I ask perhaps Commissioner McCullough if you'd like to add anything in relation to how they came to this, on the next slide, you'll see some additional feedback from the Council of Great City School, your governance coaches, and then as well as general counsel. So first, I'll go back to the first slide and ask Commissioner McCullough, is there anything that he wants to add on behalf of the ad hoc committee related to this recommendation?
And let me level set before you speak, Commissioner McCullough, if you don't mind, for a quick moment for those who may tune into the meeting regarding the ad hoc committee, and the inception of that was a appetite to revisit some of the systems and structures that exist as we try to support our governance structure. So we had commissioners who stepped up and were willing to take a look at our board manual, our policies, our board policies specifically, our handbooks, and communications protocols in an effort to try to align these things. So I'm going to take a pause because we're having some technical difficulties, and then I will turn it over to Commissioner McCullough. Was there a technical difficulty? Okay. So, I'm not clear as to what's going on at this point, and she's removed herself at this time, so when she comes back, we can get some understanding.
It doesn't seem as if it was capturing, it froze. It froze and it wasn't capturing.
Logged in. Everything's good? Okay. All right, well, why don't we continue with the conversation? I just wanted to make sure that I finished the statement and then paused for that to be, so attention could be given to it. If you don't mind, Commissioner McCullough, continuing with the conversation.
Not a problem. So as we were putting together the information and looking over the policies for the ad hoc, we did look at this particular policy 2111.1 for school visits as it's captured here with our recommendation. This was so that we could stay in alignment with what we were doing with CGCS, which is ensuring that the goals of the board and the student outcomes is what's foremost and at focus throughout all times. So the whole purpose of this alignment was to ensure that even when we're doing school visits, our goal is to make sure that we are looking at our district goals and we're not going into the quote-unquote weeds. So that's what where this language came from. I did get a chance to look at what CGCS also put down, so I'll let them speak. But that was the mindset of the committee when looking at this information.
So, thank you, Commissioner McCullough.
I have a quick question. What does communicated through an established governance channels, what does that mean?
So there are protocols. I think part of it is, Commissioner Santiago, is the history of, like a lot of boards. We see what's going on in some of our other districts or what have you, and the clarity of role of governance versus operations. And so when we go into the school communities, I believe we all want to advocate and better understand what's happening.
Yeah, I
And so the
understand that
governance
part.
channels become, how do we communicate concerns that come to us? Is that what you're asking for the ad hoc committee? You asking the ad hoc committee?
Yeah,
Okay. Go ahead.
That's exactly it, because if we find something that we feel is concerned, or we're told something that is concerning, it's not our role to then bring it forth to whoever. We follow governance channels to speak to who is meant to be spoke to. We don't just, go online and tell everybody. We then bring it to who it needs to be spoken to, or, bring it to the
In other words,
attention of the superintendent.
right, don't go up in the
Following the
school
proper
and
channels
dictate
and
to other
protocol.
people.
I agree. I think all three languages are just about the same, but I think that there is good language to have inside the policy.
Okay. Which one do you think? All of them, or?
The ad hoc committee
either
looks
one?
nice.
Okay.
I think they all say the same thing. I like Adrian's, general counsel's. I think that his looks really nice. It has good information in there, but all three kind of say the same thing.
I do see a hand from Commissioner Griffin.
I just want to say this, and I don't have everything up, and I might be missing something, I do apologize, but in all due respect, I respect Council of Greater City Schools, but I do want to make sure that we're not getting away from what our responsibilities are as commissioners. I think that some of the things that Council of Greater City School does is great, but I want to make sure that that as commissioners, we are able to do our jobs as well with fidelity, and it doesn't become the administration doing the job and making the decisions that commissioners should actually be making. So we need to be very careful. There's a fine line there, and I respect Commissioner McCullough and Commissioner Feynman for taking on these roles. But me sitting here, being here for 3 years, there are some things that you may have not experienced that I have experienced, and I'm saying that not to take away from you or Commissioner Feynman, but there is a fine line when it comes to a commissioner's role. And some things I think are being taken away from us that we should not be taken away. So I just wanted to bring that up as a point.
Sorry, too.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. And I do want to so as I facilitate this, because this is like going to be a robust discussion, and what I think I'm going to do to get through this is we're going to allow commissioners to kind of weigh in on their thoughts regarding a point that we speak on, right? And then we might even circle back for a second point, but then we'll have to move forward with the discussion to ensure that we aren't here till 1 a.m. I want to give Commissioner Santiago an opportunity to follow up on the communications protocol piece.
I just wanted to change. General Counsel, I don't support yours. I support the ad hoc committees or the Council for Great City Schools, either two of those. And I also see the reasoning for the language. I think that we should definitely add it in there, but either the one from CGCS or the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
And I think when we take a look at this, I appreciate that, Commissioner Santiago, looking at the policy that exists as it is, it really outlines the same thing. So this is not so much anything other than making sure that there's clarity around this policy, that no visitor or board member has the right to make an official visit to schools for the purpose of inspecting the schools, gathering information, or giving direction. And that was a policy that existed outside of us ever meeting Council for Great City Schools or this ad hoc committee. That was already in here. And I believe that providing the additional clarity could be helpful, because I believe when we all walk into these different schools, we walk in with a different understanding. So with that, you are now liking the way the ad hoc sounds and something you can align with. Are there other thoughts or concerns before we move on to the next point? Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I'm in favor of Councilmember Neal's, primarily because we still, as individuals who have children in this district, have a right to go to these schools where our children and grandbabies are at. And yeah, I remember when this wasn't a policy, but this had to be a policy because, yes, we've had commissioners go in there and trying to direct principals and kick principals out of their offices and all kind of crazy stuff. So I have no issue with this policy. I supported it the first time, but I support General Counsel. And this is because as I am exiting in the next 2 years and new board members do show up, they should be able to pick this up and understand that they have a right to individually go to a school regardless of their role in the year without having confusion with only reading one language of it. Thanks.
So maybe, Clerk, when you're able to merge, we can find a medium ground between it sounds like there's general counsel and ad hoc are the language of choice. Commissioner McCullough?
If I can, I actually agree with Commissioner LeBron on that. Having that extra bit of language might be helpful where it eliminates anyone from seeing any gray area, just because people read policies different, under different lenses. That might be something that would actually benefit, especially new commissioners coming on who may not have experience with policy. So I actually agree with that.
Okay, I'm looking. So that was just brought to my attention. So just some clarity around the discretion of the superintendent or designee whether to allow said visit. What does that look like? Yeah, you offered the language, sir.
Yes, because the truth is legally, again, a commissioner in their individual capacity has no more power than a member of the community. So if a commissioner, if they're not visiting a school for official purposes, they need the permission of the principal or the superintendent, or the superintendent or designee to enter that school. It's the same for anyone. It's for safety, security, protocol. And that's what the law says. I mean, the superintendent or the principal are well within their rights to treat a commissioner just like anybody else from the community if they are not visiting in their official capacity. So that's why I looked at this language very carefully, and I did add, I didn't want it to be long, but I thought it needed the clarity so that is clear. Again, any commissioner can any given day say, hey, I'm gonna go visit a school, but the principal does has a discretion, just like if someone off the street says, hey, I wanna go visit the school, to decide, okay, is this appropriate? Can this be accommodated? How this would be accommodated? So that's what that means.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you. Vice President Malloy, and then we'll move on to the next. Yep.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. On this particular, although the committee gave recommendations, I like the additional language that Council Neal has provided.
Okay. Do we want to take a vote right now on Council Neal or the ad hoc, or is that what you need us? Do we need a pulse right now on where we are?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
This
Dr.
is
Hart is.
over.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Where'd that voice
if I
come
may,
from?
yes, sorry. I think there's, you want to be clear as well. The statement says in their official capacity, but I think going back to the beginning of that, which is the prior language, that official capacity actually means that a board member has been authorized to go visit a school or conduct business by the board. So I think being clear on what official capacity means, it's not that I can declare my own official capacity as a
Right.
board member, it's that the board has to authorize that.
Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah, because it does say personal capacity. Thank you for that. Words mean something. Reading comprehension, personal capacity versus official capacity, and that part I did miss on the general counsel. Thank you on the language offered there. So we've talked through this. I think we might probably need to take some more time with it. Before you go, Commissioner LeBron, what is the timeline in which we're making this decision? By the business meeting or tonight? Were we looking to?
Typically, your policy process is
Okay,
that
that's
you
right.
would, yeah, move it forward to the business
Good, so
meeting.
we have time with this automatically to answer your first point, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner LeBron?
Because we're having this debate on the sidebar here, so I'm like, nope, let's just bring it to So Commissioner Santiago has pointed out the language of an individual board member still visiting a school, and then it says, such a visit shall not be used for operational, the line that says if allowed to visit by the superintendent or designee, their observations shall surely inform, wait, where's the part? It's 2 lines up. His concern, well, our debate here is how to interpret the superintendent, I guess, making a decision on it, because I can't see that far, but I have it up here, so. Yeah, but let me just look at it over here. It is that such a visit should not be used, yep, if allowed to visit, what, which part? Okay, I see it. I'm going to start over. Sorry, you guys. It says, this is what we're debating, is the end part of the superintendent's role in this decision. An individual board member can still visit a school in their personal capacity. However, said such visits is no different than any other member of the community and is subject to the same protocols that a community member must follow, and that the discretion of the superintendent or designee whether to allow said visit. So the concern is, does that make the visit, if it's for personal reasons, at the discretion of the superintendent? But just to be clear, that my understanding of that is that if I wanted to go to a school for personal reasons, right, my kid, or, I mean, I would typically go to the principal and have that conversation first, but if for whatever reason it was still personal, that I would still then engage the superintendent. If for whatever reason I couldn't speak to the principal, let's say the issues with, that's sort of how I interpreted that, but I think Commissioner Santiago has a different interpretation, that it could potentially be a deterrent for the superintendent to block a board member. So can we just get some clarity on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner LeBron. So
Personal.
that's a good point, because actually, as I was suggesting the language, and we have meetings where Clerk Swin's team and I go over this stuff, with fine detail. We talked about that very point. I almost suggested principal. However, as we know, there's a chain of command, right? And the principals roll up to the superintendent. So that's why it says principal or designee. The designee is really the principal, right? So designee was used to capture the principal, but you want the principal and the superintendent on the same page, because ultimately they report up to the superintendent. They are his employees, and I think that the governance model that the board's been trained in is saying, listen, the superintendent is your only employee. So if you want to be sure that you can go to the school, I would think the superintendent is the appropriate person to check with, but the superintendent could decide, to empower or designate the principals to make those type of decisions. So that's why that language was chosen. But I understand the question, because we thought about it and discussed it as well.
Yeah, and I'm still a little confused
Me
by
too.
that,
I just
because
got
it says
confused.
in personal capacity.
Yeah.
And then it says that has to be allowed by the superintendent or designee. So if there's a parent who's on this school board who has to go pick up their child, or has to go to a teacher-parent conference, are you saying that they can be denied by the designee or the superintendent to go pick up their child, or to go, because this says personal capacity, which personal capacity would be a parent or something of that sort. And so I'm just trying to get clarification on that.
So I understand, and we can talk about legal technicalities, and we can talk about the reality. So
Yeah.
the legal technicality is the safety, security, operational workings of the buildings belong to the principals and the superintendent. A principal, for the safety, security, operational, efficacy of a building, can stop someone from coming in, and that has happened, right? Not everyone behaves appropriately, and first and foremost, they have an educational mission, and they have a duty to protect the school. So it's really about making sure the discretion lies where it should. And really, I'm not trying to speak for the superintendent. I mean, the superintendent might have some thoughts on this. I'm talking about from a legal standpoint, from an appropriate operational hierarchy standpoint. So the truth is, yes, a principal could stop someone from entering a school building if they deem that they needed to do that, or the
Okay.
principal could stop someone to say, you know what,
Okay.
it's not appropriate this time or in this manner, and it needs to happen another way. The reality is that is rare, right?
Yeah.
But it needs to be clear that they have that power
So
should
if
they
someone
see the
gets,
need to exercise.
so this is, considering the worst case scenario, something is going on that is not okay and that this exists, because as I continue to read this, I appreciate the points being brought up. What I'd like to do with this is to, if we could highlight this, Clerk Nguyen, is something that we can revisit and gain additional clarity on, because I know as a parent in the district at one point, when I needed to visit, I spoke to the school, I showed up at the school, and I visited the school based on the parent role. So let's just make sure that we're all moving along in tandem. And then my last thing is for the ad hoc language. It says an individual board member, and the clarity was provided around personal visits and individual visits. And so the rest of this explanation is talking about looking at systems and things of that nature. So I would surmise that that means an individual board member visiting the schools in their official capacity. Just that clarity there for ad hoc would be good. Superintendent Rosser?
Yeah, I just wanted, so this is new language, like, in various school districts I served in, this added language of the superintendent being involved in authorizing whether or not a commissioner should be able to go into a building is something new for me. So it's very difficult for me to sort of follow this at this point in time, but I do understand that in the event, let's say for an example, that there was a commissioner that wanted to go in during, let's say, regents testing or statewide testing, that may not be an appropriate time to go in, or in the event that we have some sort of lockout in which, no one can go into the building, that a commissioner might want to go into the building at that point in time. Those would be those very rare sort of instances where it would not be appropriate for any outsider to go into the building.
I like that, and the principal will need to have that, because there was an incident at one point where a commissioner went to, this is no one on this dais, went to a school during a melee that was being socialized, and their intentions were to be helpful, but it was not helpful, and the principal was like, help. So you're speaking of those type of incidences. So with that clarity, I get it. We're going to take one last on this point here.
As someone on the ad hoc committee, and we're doing the policies, the bylaws, and the handbook all at once, one of the things that constantly is coming up is clarifying the official capacity rules. And I think that this is a good place that maybe we start with clarifying in official capacity, and therefore it is that official capacity is therefore, as we work on the handbook, being defined. So if we were to add in their official capacity, because that's one of the things, I am a parent. When I walk into my children's school, they say, are you here as a parent or a commissioner today? And because those roles have to be defined. And when I walk in the building, she was really helpful in helping me understand to make sure that the roles are separate.
Okay,
Does that
if
make
y'all
sense?
want to get that clarity.
So adding
But not
the
tonight.
official capacity.
Yeah.
And then defining it later.
Yeah, we could, okay. So we have
Excuse me.
the school, I'm sorry, Cindy?
Just a thought, and perhaps it would be helpful in clarification, and General Counsel, you can tell me if this changes it too much. But if you take that sentence, an individual board member can still visit a school in their personal capacity. However, said visit is no different than any other member of the community and is subject to the same protocols that a community member must follow, and the discretion of the superintendent or designee whether to allow said visit.
There it is.
So that's the piece that was questioned. If that came at the end, as a separate paragraph after if allowed to visit by the superintendent or designee, because would that clarify it more? Because it still gives you, it still does exactly what Dr. Rosser says. It's the, any community member, any other parent might be denied access by the superintendent or designee because of testing, because of a lockdown, but it puts it at the end and makes more sense.
Okay. And for the purpose of time, I'm going to take this last one. I think I said that two hands ago. This will be the last one, and then we're going to move on because we do have second and third or second readings after this, right? Commissioner LeBron?
I actually think, to Cindy, to your point, now that we're having this conversation, is that that could just be summarized, that an individual has to follow our visitor policy. That's already in place. We don't need to add additional language, right? There's already a visitor policy that directs individuals, parents and grandparents alike, and guardians to go back to their child's school, to have that communication with the principal, to establish that relationship. And, as someone who currently also has children in multiple schools, they do each have a little bit of a different way of how they approach it, but it is part of the administration locally communicating to parents how they, first day of school, we usually get something about, here's how to set up school visits and so forth. So I just think we can summarize it and just say, as an individual, they have to follow the same rules and protocols as the visitor policy and reference the visitor policy. That's all.
Subject to the same things, perfect. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. That's perfect.
So, I'm sorry, can I get a point of clarity though, President Simmons? So you all are, so typically when we move things forward and out of the meeting to go to the readings, we're kind of having some level of clarity around what's going in there. So what I heard is that you all want to there's agreement to make the suggestion in the language that Cindy just proposed, correct?
Well, I like what Commissioner LeBron so Cindy proposed, what she proposed, yes, but summarizing it the way Commissioner LeBron just captured it. So Cindy they were saying the same thing, but it gives it brevity, the visitor policy. So individual commissioners visiting schools, personally, whatever, must follow the visitor's policy. You can go to the visitor policy and figure out what needs to happen there.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, so this provides just a little bit more clarity around the visitors, how it works for board members and what is currently embedded in your communications protocol. That's where these bullets were taken from. And I just want to be clear that the purpose of giving the advance notice is not to necessarily seek the permission in the sense that let me stop and clarify, because you guys just had conversation about personal visits versus official visits. This is related to official board visits that go through and are currently supported by scheduling through the board office. So that is completely what this is in reference to. So these visits are really coordinated by us to ensure that they happen in a manner that protects the learning environment and allows school leaders to maintain, building security and other operational things they need to focus on in the school day. So with that being said, the recommendation here just includes a couple of updates, which you see highlighted. So in bullet 2, the highlight is for 3 business days. It previously said 72 hours, but this is to bring it in alignment with the use of 3 business days in other areas. It did not originally include the superintendent in the calendar invitation. We would add him into it. And just for the listening public and for others, what currently happens is commissioners will say, I'd like to visit my schools. They'll provide some availability, times, dates, whatnot. Then Francine, the board executive assistant, will work with the building principal and the school chief to set up those minutes. Everybody visits, everyone receives a calendar invitation, so it's clear when the visit is expected to happen. And that must happen no sooner than 72 hours. So you can't message her tomorrow and say, I want to go to the school on Friday. So again, that same practice would continue, and in this instance, the superintendent would be added. As always, and in alignment with other policies, upon your entry, you would notify the building principal that you have arrived. Your current protocol says that you may visit designated schools at least once annually, but no more than monthly. So there has been a recommendation to move monthly, and again, this is for official board visits, to move it to no more than once per quarter, unless it is authorized or explicitly invited by the unless you're explicitly invited by the principal, superintendent, or authorized by the board majority. And then just for clarity, this does not include invitations to public events. So if the school is having a show and tell or a talent show, those things are not included in these requests. Again, as you all have discussed, that in your governance framework, that you should be directing any concerns or opinions arising from these visits to the superintendent and not to building staff directly. And then there was a recommendation from your CGCS coaches to pull this piece kind of from your policy, adding that a board member has no right to make official visits to schools or departments for the purpose of inspecting, gathering information, or giving directions to any employee of the district. This language already exists in your policy. Those two highlighted statements are the addition. So instead of saying employees of the school, it would say employees of the district, and likewise, instead of just saying visits to schools, it would say it would include any visits to departments, which means visits to CO. You should not be directing staff there either. Okay, so that is currently what is being recommended. And then a mirroring protocol, again, is for department visits, and in here, we've swapped out principals for department heads, but the protocol remains the same.
Okay, any thoughts, questions, concerns?
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me, too. All right, yes.
I have one question. For this, how, and I guess this would go for Dr. Rosser and his team, is to ensure that the building leaders understand this as well, just so that they are following the same protocols. Because I guess I don't want to have building leaders reaching out saying, "Hey, come to my building," but there's a protocol set up that they're not going through as well. So how does that look for them, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, so one of the things that we do from these type of conversations, or when there's a policy adjustment, we have the responsibility of making sure that all parties or all employees in the school district, relevant employees, are updated on, the various changes to the policy. So if this is approved by the board at the next board meeting, we will most certainly make sure that our building principals, as well as our department heads, are fully aware of the changes to this particular protocol.
But just to be clear, this doesn't like remove the opportunity for principals to invite commissioners, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just make sure. Thank you.
All right, so long as we can still get invited, because some of us have like really, really strong relationships at some schools and are getting to know others, and so that's good. Commissioner Lloyd, did you have a hand?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, just in the ad hoc work that we've been doing, I don't know that this ever came up. How does this policy, if it does in fact relate, how does this relate to central office visits by commissioners?
It's in here on the final bullet, and it speaks to schools or department visits. They just
12.
went over on slide.
Okay, so that would include,
CO
that would
visits.
include central office.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Final bullet there.
Thank you.
Clerk Nguyen? Oh, Commissioner Griffin?
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm a very friendly person, and I like to speak to the staff, and I know a lot of people, so it's going to be hard to push me away and not speak to the people in this building that I am very familiar with. So I will try not to break policy, but I will speak to people, and I do have conversations because I do know people. So I want to make sure that, people know that. So if you want to go tell them, you can. But I'm very
Yeah, I want
open.
us to ensure that we,
Yeah, I think communication, having communication with staff, on a level of just being professional is a great thing. So,
Yeah,
that
and
is me.
thank
So,
you
And I'm
for-
not going to take that away from you.
Thank you. And so I do want commissioners to recognize that we have the ability to be kind and greet people and say hello. And that's not the interpretation that I picked up from this bullet, but it does say that the board member has no right to make an official visit to schools or departments for the purposes of inspecting, gathering information, or giving directives. Outside of that, I think saying hello and having conversations will be okay. And then we have board meetings on the agenda at this point.
Yes, ma'am. So this slide probably looks familiar. This came from your June 2nd special meeting where you all agreed to move your work sessions, as I indicated earlier, from the second Tuesday to the third, and that swapped it with your speaker forum. I will put the caveat that there are several months, including this one, where that cadence is not followed for any number of reasons: holidays, availability of key staff, conferences, et cetera. I believe this calendar year, there were about 4 instances where that occurred, but this is what we typically follow. So additionally, at this meeting, the board had added the bi-monthly superintendent update, which would be paired with the speaker forum, and again, happen on even months. And in order to answer the question that kind of came up earlier that I was addressing, is that even with this format, I continue to make the work session live and those resolutions and items available to both the board and the public typically on the first Friday. That then extended the timeline for review of meeting materials to 11 days for commissioners instead of just the prior 48 hours plus the Saturday and Sunday weekend, whether people want to count that or not. And so this was in hopes of supporting more effective discussions, and it was also recommended here that the commissioners provide their questions to the administration by Thursday prior to the meeting, and that allowed them to honor the set 48 hours and provide responses timely. Okay, so that's kind of what the current process is. So that current process is encapsulated in option 1, all the way here at the left. Under this model, however, with these joint work sessions where you all review operations and academic items, they've become long and a bit dense. Covering both of these items tends to add a lot of agendas, and then when we're looking at all of those resolutions together. And so at the suggestion of Dr. Rosser and the State Monitor Alisea, there was a discussion around splitting those work sessions into operation focus and academic focus, to just lend to better discussions around the agenda. So the additional benefit of this would potentially be to see some shorter meetings happening. And so with that in mind, the board is being presented with these additional options 2, 3, and 4 for consideration. And I will state that in all of these options, the business meeting remains on the 4th Thursday. So just a quick review. Option 2 would have you all meeting weekly. And on the first Tuesday, you would have the speaker forum, the second Tuesday, the operation work session, the third Tuesday, the academic work session, and then again, the business meeting will remain on the fourth Thursday. Option 3 has a Tuesday, Thursday work session format. So in the second week of the month, on Tuesday, you would have an operations work session, and then on that Thursday, you would have an academic work session, and then in the fourth week, you would have your speaker forum right before your Thursday business meeting. Option 4 is where the board will hold the operations work session on the second Tuesday, the speaker forum on the second Thursday, the academic work session on the third Tuesday, and then the business meeting on the fourth Thursday. If the board is desiring to split the sessions as recommended, option 2 is really the strongest recommendation at this time. It provides adequate time between work sessions and is more similar and aligned with prior calendars where you met on Tuesdays. It also provides the least impact to the internal resolution process. And with that being said, just to ensure that happens effectively, it is asked that August kind of be considered a buffer month because that will require the resolution timeline to turn around like by next week. And so understanding that some operation resolutions would show up on your academic work session that month. So with that being said, President Simmons, I'd like to take a pause and open it up.
All right. What I do know is none of us want to meet more than we need to. So let's take a look at these options, but also look at the needs that we have as a board when we talk about the resolutions, digestible work, and what will get us to where we need to be. I'm going to start with Commissioner Griffin's hand.
I do like the changes. I don't know which one I'm going to go for, but anything to reduce resolutions and get them into our hands in a timely fashion and us be able to do them and review them with fidelity, I'm definitely with. So I'm just gonna wait and see what the other board members are gonna say about that. But yeah, that getting all those resolutions at one time is not feasible. So I definitely like the separation, division between academics and operation.
Commissioner Santiago, thank you.
I'm just wondering, as a question, if we thought about possibly bringing the public hearings and the work sessions together? Like we have a public hearing and then a work session after?
So public hearings don't happen that frequently. There are about 3 or 4 that are standardized, and then the additional that we never can plan for our charter schools, we get those and we get a 30-day notice. The reason that we separated any speaking engagements from the work sessions or business meeting is because it can make it long. So for instance, we have your budget public hearing, that tends to have a lot of people. Your meeting wouldn't be able to start until that was over. And so that might make you start a meeting at 7:30, 8 p.m., and then you still have a heavy agenda.
I had
So
the
we
same
I don't
thought.
encourage that.
I had the same thought, Commissioner Santiago, as far as the option one, because I want to meet as least as possible. But if we have to, I'm willing to do it. But I like the idea around the speaker forum, like what we had this evening. We only had 3 speakers. Going into a work session would be great. I'm wondering, per Commissioner Santiago's point, if we did add that work session to the speakers forum, could we plan for those? I mean, we can't always plan. There's going to be those anomalies, but we know when highly contentious or highly attended sessions, yeah, some stuff is happening, budget's happening. There's really visible decisions that are taking place where we're going to probably bring out, and maybe we can plan around or adjust the schedule around that, or that's going to be kind of wonky, huh?
It will become wonky only because your policy and practice is that speakers have until 12 p.m. the day of the meeting.
Yeah.
And then you have the requirement by open meetings law to provide notice to the community. And so to avoid that, we have them separated on those weeks.
Okay. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, my vote's going to be for option 3. I do think option 3 is the only one that actually would have us here, looks like every other week. So we would be here the second week of the month, Tuesday, Thursday for a meeting. Then we wouldn't be here week 3. Then we would come back week 4 and be here Tuesday, Thursday. That's what option 3 is looking like, right? That's the second Tuesday, 4th Tuesday. That would only put us here 2 weeks out of the month and every other week. That's my vote. Thanks.
3 on the thing. There's option 2 as well, but that's every week. Commissioner McCullough?
I'm sorry. Just before you respond, I just want to provide just a moment of clarity. There are, as I indicated, several months in the calendar where you would wind up with meetings back-to-back weeks just because like the holidays. So in those months, the business meeting is actually the 3rd week of the month. And so we would bring the speaker forum up with that. Yeah, so, okay. I just want to be clear.
Option 3, and then option 2 is like, it makes sense, but it's just, I don't want to come here every week. I see your hand.
Yeah, I need just a little clarity. So this 11 days that you're going to open up, the work session goes live, and we have 11 days before the meeting, right? And if we look at option 1, when it goes live, before that work session, we have 11 days for questions, for responses, for answers, and all of that great stuff before we even sit down on the dais and have those discussions, correct?
Correct. And option 1 is your current schedule.
And that's where we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I need to know. I just wanted to make sure I was hearing right.
Okay. CGCS, what are you thinking? Doesn't mean we're going to go with it, but what are you thinking?
I think, first of all, this is a board decision.
Yes,
so
of
it's
course.
completely up to you. Also,
We're not confused.
I just want to clarify, I think with option 1, option 1 is not the current schedule because it doesn't include like option 1, your current schedule is a Friday, you get materials, then the following Tuesday is the work session. So this is kind of a revision.
No.
Yeah, I think this is a revision of your current schedule to include the 11 days.
No, Dr. Hart. On June
Okay.
2nd, they made a revision to their schedule where the
Gotcha.
work session that happened on the 2nd week now happens on the 3rd week, but the material still goes live on that prior Friday.
Perfect.
Yeah, and to validate, I'm
So it
asking
is a
you
new
for
current.
your thoughts on because we may be increasing our meetings but we're not asking for permission.
Yep,
Because I know
completely,
some, just
completely a board decision.
don't even ask, right, because then I get twisted up there. Okay, so where are we with this, guys? We have option 1, 2, 3, and 4. Commissioner LeBron has stated her preference for option 3. Option 1 is not working for us, clearly.
Wait a minute. So with option 1, real quick, have we started option 1 with those 11 days? Because I don't recall having 11 days before this meeting.
No,
That's our current schedule, but we haven't seen it work with that 11-day yet, right?
Right.
I'm going with option 1.
You want to try that out? Vice President Malloy?
Yeah, thank you. Now that Kareem has just offered that up, I'm thinking, well, if we haven't done that with option 1, I'd be willing to try that, of course. But I also agree with Commissioner LeBron for option 3.
Okay. Okay.
I'm open. I'm gonna go with the,
This consensus?
consensus.
Just happy to see.
I'm open with this one.
How about yourself, Commissioner Feynman, not yet? I'll be here when you tell me to. Okay. Santiago, what you got?
I support option 3.
Option 3? Okay. Option 3?
And I part of what I like about option 3 is that we'll have the speakers forum the week before or a couple of days before our business meeting, which is a little closer.
Okay. And I was open to 1 and 3 as well, seeing how 1 might go. I do love the addition of the bi-monthly update, and that's going to be presented later on in here.
no. So
No.
if you go, option 1 is the only option that would maintain a bi-monthly superintendent update.
So if we don't go with,
So-
so where are we going to make the, where are we going to get the update? If we don't do option
So
1?
it would become in your work session. So if you're separating
We'll
out the
still get it.
topics,
It
you
just
get the
will-
information.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Well, I just like the idea that's, but in this meeting tonight, Dr. Ross is going to talk about your intentions
Yeah, that's
around
completely
that.
separate from what the
There will be a
update would
discussion
have
this
been.
evening on
Yeah.
that. Okay, that's all I wanted. Okay. All right, but it will exist. Perfect. So it looks like we're going to go with option 3 based on the straw vote that I just took. We have several commissioners that align with 3, although we had some with 1. The majority are with 3, supermajority with 3. So we'll try that out. You got-
What about the bi-monthly meetings with option 3? How does that work?
What bi-monthly meeting? So that was a question I literally just asked. You're talking about the
Okay.
bi-month. So it'll still happen in the work sessions.
Okay.
And I do have, but that did prompt another question from me, which is how does it impact our administrative team? The impacts on the team.
No, we'll work it out. You
Well, I
we-
know.
Yeah, we've had conversations around, these changes, and, we're just going to have to adjust, the way in which we've been operating to be able to meet the will of the board. And we have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, and so I just want to be clear that my questions are just for collegiality and things of that nature, not necessarily seeking permission, but I like to know how I'm supporting folks. That's important in leadership. So it looks like we've walked away with option 3. We'll keep option 1 in the arsenal should option 3 not work out, but let's plan that, and when do you think we can, you'll map out like a calendar for us to take a look at?
There's a calendar attached to board docs.
Already? That's right, okay. All right, so then that takes us to the meeting time.
So are you guys going to take an official, well, I guess we can talk about that part at the end. We'll move forward. So in addition to the conversation around the meeting schedule, the other piece that came up after the June business meeting, there was some discussion around meeting start times and the desire to perhaps begin earlier. Above are the suggestions that came from commissioners as a result of some of those conversations. The recommendation that is highlighted was kind of the most popular, also seemed most feasible with current commissioners' schedules and other daytime duties. And the one thing that we would also, I would encourage or state is that whatever meeting time is that it be consistent across all your meetings. So if you're going to go with the 5:30 start time, that would apply to your speaker forum, your public hearing, all of the things. The reference statement of executive session, I want to be clear, is related to the first executive session that you have in your business meeting, which is where you only discuss actionable items or things you're going to vote on. Your second executive session is just for discussion items, and that would still remain at the end of the night if at all necessary.
Thoughts? 5:30 start?
I actually support number 3, our third dot. I think having an executive session beforehand and then also thinking that we'll start by 6 o'clock and our executive session will only last an hour is kind of, I think it's believing in ourselves a little too much. I think that if we stay with the same time, you just never know what happens. And historically, our executive sessions have been pretty long. So starting at 5 and then having the plan for 6 o'clock to be the start time for our regular meeting might not be feasible every time. And so I think starting at 5 p.m. and then just keeping our current executive session format would probably be best.
So you want us to do a 5 p.m. start with the current executive session format?
Right.
Okay. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I will say I can never support the 5 or even a 5:30 because parents have never asked us. The advocacy was always for 6:30 because parents are at work and they can't make it here. And we do have virtual options now, but that's always been sort of the argument. And I do want to honor and respect that many parents do work till 5 and don't have a lot of flexibility at work. For myself, I personally would support a 5 p.m. for an executive session. And I hear Commissioner Santiago, and I've lived painfully through many of those, as has he. But I will say that oftentimes at the very end of the night to be hashing out decisions that we have to vote on, we're not at our very best. Everyone's exhausted. It gets sometimes very heated. So coming from work, still having energy at 5 o'clock to hash out whatever we are going to be discussing that needs to be voted on, in my opinion, should be done with our best brain and not at the end of the night when we're sort of already dragged out. And so I personally would support a 5 p.m. start and am willing to change my own personal schedule to make that happen, to be here by 5. For executive sessions with the 6 p.m. meeting start time. And I think it just goes back to time management. We should be able to get through those items, have our answers, questions answered, and wrap up so that we can respect the folks who are waiting for us to start at 6 p.m. watching, which are typically our parents and our staff. But I could not do any earlier, and I would not want to support a 5:30 p.m. ongoing start time where parents may not even be able to get home yet and catch us. So, no.
I'm glad you mentioned time management because, yes, and in those executive sessions and how we begin to facilitate these meetings moving forward from setting up the agenda to the time that we allot for different topics to how we move the discussion forward and not take it personally will be so important to us getting out let's say not at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I think that having that discussion is going to be powerful. To Commissioner LeBron's point, Clerk Wynn, when we moved to 6 o'clock, we were previously 5:30 at one point a couple years back, and then we moved here to 6 o'clock, right? Yeah, which is
Clarity is that the business meeting started at 6:30. The work sessions or the committee meetings at that time started at 5:30.
5:30. And the beautiful thing is that these are recorded live meetings that people have the ability to watch, because sometimes I go back and watch them while I'm cooking or doing other things too, and so that is always helpful. But I haven't made up my mind. Commissioner Griffin?
Agree with Commissioner Brown, with the 5 p.m. start, I am an advocate for people being able to view or to listen to listen to the meetings, and I find that when we break in the middle, we lose people. They're always looking to see what time we're coming back on, and I questioned it before, but why don't we just do it first and then get over, and then we go back to our meeting, and then it works out better because we get more people coming in to listen to us, and they're engaging with the community as we should be. So I too would say the 5 p.m. executive session and 6 p.m. meeting time start would be good.
The point that our business meetings are for the business of the district, not for necessarily a community engagement. And please don't just take my comments wrong, because we emphatically must and should be prioritizing and engaging the community. And so as we get into like our listening sessions and our town halls and making sure that we're getting out there for the community, we want to make sure that we are getting the needs and the pulse and having those pieces really, really addressed in a meaningful way, so that we're bringing back the community vision and those type of things. That's just my thought. I'm just
Yeah.
thinking. And as I continue to think and finish my point, I would like to state that I'm struggling with I'm trying to think with the 5 o'clock with a 6 o'clock start. Is there opportunity to do something like that, so that, to Commissioner Griffin's point, if folks, tune in a little sooner and that type of thing, we get that executive session addressed? Because I'm like, we shouldn't be taking 2 and 3 hours in an executive session. That's the thing. But if we have, right, and so that's the part that I'm trying to challenge us with, is how we are even understanding our executive sessions. Now, I do recognize that there might be points, and I hope you're timing me, because I'm thinking as I talk and I'm trying, but there might be some executive sessions that are going to take a lot of time, that may take more time than others. Is there opportunity, if we don't complete it by a certain time, that we have a continued executive session? Because I would like us to have a goal of getting matters of executive session taken care of at the 5 o'clock, start the meeting at 5:30, and then if there's to be continued, we.
Seek clarity from you. So the executive session here that's referenced is only that first one, that only should be happening if you have to discuss items that are being voted on in that meeting. It does not impact the executive session that happens at the end of the meeting for like legal advice or other, items that you might be able to discuss that are not going to result in a vote. So to your point, it shouldn't happen that often, and those items should kind of be really concise. You probably already had information around it, or things of that nature. So that should address, I think, some of your question or concern.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner LeBron, but first I'm going to go to Commissioner Griffin. I see your hand, McCullough, and then I'll go to Commissioner
I
LeBron.
just wanted to clarify. I think that a lot of our time is spent on not having information. So we need to make sure that we have the information so that we can address it in a timely fashion. There's something that we can work on there. So that if we have it, then we can go through it. Everything that is not so personal or so confidential that, that things can't get out or you don't want them out, I think that might help as well. But, I mean, that's maybe a 3-2-2 before, and then you come in and we have the executive session, if you can do it. You get on the Zoom real quick and say, hey, this is this, do you have any questions? So that when we come to that executive session, then we have all our questions answered, if we have any, and then that might reduce our time, right? I mean, that's just an option, I'm just throwing that out there, so that, because we have questions sometimes, and the questions sometimes cause us to go on and on and on. Everybody is different. So maybe we can do that, 3-2-2, you got a Zoom, I need a half an hour, this is that, do you have any questions? And then you can have the questions, do that week or whatever, and then we can answer all the questions answered, and we can go from there. That's just a thought, I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner McCullough?
So I actually would like the second option, the 5 p.m. executive session option as well. But now I do have a question for council. With that being said, during executive sessions, are we or should we be on Zoom during those executive sessions are remote, considering those are supposed to be private sessions that, and we don't know who's in the room with you, how does that work for us legally? But I am all for that 5 p.m. executive session one. But how does that work for us?
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand your question, because I think I heard maybe two different things there. One, the board has to go into an executive session from an open meeting. So the board can't just show up and go into executive, hey, we're in executive session. You got to show up on the dais, vote to go into executive session. In executive session, yes, as you're saying, if someone wants to, like teleconferencing or something like that, yes, the board can allow that. The board has allowed that. It is incumbent, though, on the person doing that to make sure that the confidentiality is maintained, because if they do not, then, for a commissioner, that is a potentially removable offense, right? So yes, the kind of duty of that confidentiality rests with, whoever it is that is Zooming in or calling in to make sure that the discussion remains confidential. And because if it is discovered that it's not, or the information leaks somehow, and folks have been penalized for that type of stuff.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. And yes, I do like number 2.
Number 2. And then Feynman, I heard, did you say number 2 for yourself, Commissioner Feynman? Okay. Commissioner LeBron?
I just, because our clerk kind of prompted another thought around this. Just for clarity, because you keep referencing first and second executive session. We don't always have a second executive session. And I just want to be clear, if there are items that the administration and legal can fold that can be had in the first executive session, we should not be aiming to have a second executive session. I actually think that gives us a crutch to go on and on between 5 and 6. So I would prefer that we really just look at this as a 5 p.m. executive session start time, with the 6 p.m. for the board meeting start time. I do, to President Simmons' point earlier, was like, oh, what happens if we are going over? I do think the priority has to be anything we're voting on, so that we can ensure that we get through anything we have to vote on. And then, if yes, there's an additional, which sometimes happens, right? We still have to talk about an individual circumstance or a legal contract, and we're not making a decision, we just need updated information. But if we could really work on just getting all of it jammed into the 5 to 6 as much as possible, that is my preference. And I just wanted to make sure that I express that clarity to the administration and to legal to figure those pieces out. But I do not personally want to keep referencing to first and second executive session. There should just be one as much as possible. And when there are occasions or issues that arise, then we agree to a second executive session. But even now, the language should just be one executive session and a second as needed, and prioritizing items that need to be voted on for 5 to 6 and all other items if we run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Like I said, I think 5 and starting at 5:30 would be great, but that's just not realistic. So I am going to concede to the board, because 30 minutes, although that is possible, maybe we'll get there and then be like, wow, look what we're doing. But right now, where we are, aiming to do that 5 p.m. and hopefully getting done before 6:30 and having transition, or before 6, and having transition time to begin that meeting might be a good goal. Vice President Malloy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, similar to what other people have shared, I would support the 5 p.m. executive session start time, followed by a 6 p.m. start time for our meetings.
All right, that would really do something. How are you feeling? You just come on now, say it with your chest, sir.
No, just as Dr. Feynman said, that,
Yes.
Tell us the time and we'll be here. We're going to be here anyway, so.
Okay, well, let's see if we can make this fruitful, so it sounds like we have an appetite around the 5 o'clock, 6.
Okay.
Right?
To the recommendation or question around making all meeting times consistent, the meeting time will stay at 6 p.m. Is the desire to keep your speaker forum and public hearing starting at 5:30 as they currently do? I just want to make sure I'm clear about that.
Okay, how you guys feeling? So we also have those other meetings that we just said we might do option 3. So considering those Tuesday, Thursday, and Tuesday, Thursday things, we might be starting at
So yes, for
5
work
o'clock.
sessions as well. So what time would you like to start those? No, they're currently at 6. They're currently at 6. Everything's at 6. Consistency.
So you're saying, so like, for instance, that fourth Tuesday where speaker forum public hearing, we would start at 5?
No, that's what I'm asking. So
That's an option. So we can still start them at 5:30?
correct, you can still start it at 5:30, but one of the things I want to state, even though this was kind of focused on the business meeting, sometimes you have executive sessions at your work session. So would you come in for 5 PM there as well and then start your work session at 6? That's the kind of clarity I just want to make sure. So when we update the calendar, it's reflective of what you
For
all
me,
intend.
if we're gonna keep it consistent, I say keep it consistent across the board. And if there is gonna be an executive session before a work session, then we come in at 5 like we already agreed upon.
5, okay.
Other thoughts on that?
I agree with
I
that.
thought that's what we were sort of referencing right now when we're saying 5 o'clock for executive session, 6 PM for the start time. My mind was all the sessions. With the public speaker piece, though, I do just want to say, with the speaker forum, I would be okay with it starting at 5:30 or 6. I always prefer to give parents more time. But also, if we do have public hearings, couldn't we schedule public hearings before the speaker forums if we needed to?
They're combined, like tonight. So depending on
So
how
they
many
just
speakers
are-
there are,
okay.
yeah, the
All
one
right.
goes right behind the other. But you want to keep that at 5:30, that's what I need to know. Or do you want to move that to 6 so everything's consistent?
I'm actually okay with that one area, either 5:30 or 6. I hear the consistency. My consistency for me would personally be the work sessions and the board business meeting for me.
Okay. So everybody's good with that? Okay.
All right, so I do want to bring our attention to the fact that we're on slide 16. There's about 24 slides. There are other pieces that we might breeze through. Time check is 7:34, and we do have additional agenda items to get through. So I do want to just kind of, like resolutions and things of that nature. So I want to not hurry up, but hurry up and take our time so that we do it right, but
So this will be one of those quicker slides. So what you currently do is you approve your annual meeting calendar. That will remain the same. The addition here would be to approve your agenda topics for the calendar year. So there have been some concerns and conversations around like commissioners just not having clarity around what is expected, what's coming, when things are going to be due. And so in conjunction with administration, looking at the state monitor's plan, which you all have historically done, policy deliverables, strategic plan, things of that nature, you'll see attached in the second agenda item actually is a proposed meeting calendar of topics for the year. At this time, though, I had some conversation with administration, and they want to take another glance at it before you all kind of make some formal votes on it. And so perhaps this might be an opportunity for commissioners to, if you have anything right now, to suggest so everyone can hear it. Otherwise, anticipate that this could go on the business meeting for a final vote.
okay.
Do you want me to finish the other things on the slide before you provide any feedback?
No, this is the attached agenda calendar that everyone
Yeah,
has
and the second
available.
agenda item. The only other thing I'll say on this slide is item 2, and that's really for administration. Currently, items that are going on a meeting agenda are due to me by noon, the day of the meeting. I'm asking that that be moved back to 5 PM the day prior. That just allows for more time to have conversations, do follow-ups, and things of that nature, and with the understanding that for holidays, it would be an additional day earlier so that I don't have to work on a holiday. So, are you all, President Simmons, okay with moving this calendar agenda topic to the July business meeting? Okay.
We'll move it there to look at, yeah.
Now we're just going to kind of touch on the consent agenda. There was some conversation at a prior recent meeting around standing items on the consent agenda. And so I just want to remind board members, there are no standing items on your consent agenda. Before you is the process that we currently use, and that only resolutions reviewed during the work session and that receive board approval are placed on your consent agenda in the business meeting. One of the recommendations that CGCS has made, however, as you see on the slide, is that all items are considered consent agenda items when they come out, with the understanding that meetings are going live and the materials be available to you 11 days prior. And so there's ample time to review items, ask questions, get answers, and so that everything starts on the consent agenda. And at your meeting, the only thing that you're doing is removing items where there are remaining questions, but with the understanding that everything else is there. Regardless of which way you all decide to do it, maintain your current practice or move to the recommendation, I am suggesting that you update your board bylaws to include a piece on how you utilize the consent agenda, because it is not currently included there.
All right, any thoughts, concerns, questions on that particular piece?
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't have a question. I don't.
Oh, you're all set, okay.
All set. Thank you.
All righty. Board bylaws 2300, is that where we are now?
No,
Or
I'm
that
not clear.
was
What are y'all?
there?
Are you all wanting to maintain your current practice, or are you looking to move toward what your
I think
coaches are
that our
suggesting?
current practice, if done properly, it will work fine. So, I think we just need to operate within it. Yeah. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I do agree. I don't think that there's an issue per se in the consent piece. I think the question was defining what that is, but if you're saying it's going to be everything unless we have a concern, my only concern with that is that it only works if the board also trusts the administration, and if that trust is not there, I think that could be a problem. But also, there have been times where something is brought to our attention right 2 days before a vote, and there is something there that the board should not vote on and should be investigating or should pause. And again, it goes back to trusting the administration. I do not have that trust at this moment in time. I want to be clear. And so that is my concern. And I don't care what you all put in place, it will never stop me from advocating. And when I am done here serving, I will be right back over here advocating as a mother and grandmother, so I want to be clear. But I do want to hold space for those types of scenarios that may come up.
I think that's a good point. Maybe there's an expectation that we can communicate, and we can figure that out as far as if things make it to the consent agenda. This is just an example, and maybe I'm thinking wrong, General Counsel, but we've moved it forward to the consent agenda, and somewhere between us moving it forward based on the understanding we have in that meeting where we're going to be voting, and there's some kind of change that happens, be it the price, be it anything that's going to change from an item that we've moved on to the consent agenda, that we are alerted and we have that understanding, and it's removed, some form of a process where administration maybe lets us know that what we voted on has changed on some level. Is that making sense? Because that's what I hear the concern might be. And so if that isn't happening, then we vote with the understanding, but we should be alerted. I don't know. Commissioner Santiago? Yes.
Sorry, but do you mind,
Yeah.
Commissioner? I think two things. The first of which is one of the things that we've been working with the team on behind the scenes is to make sure that items after they come forward to you aren't added in between or added just before the meetings. There will be circumstances, but they should be few and far between when something has to be added at the last minute. The second thing, which I think is important, is at the beginning of any business meeting, the board can also take a vote to remove anything off of the consent agenda that may need to be addressed individually. So it doesn't preclude you from at any point removing an item for the consent agenda. There may be times, for example, where a commissioner may have a conflict of interest. You would want to, at the beginning of the board meeting, identify that this particular item needs to be removed for a separate vote so that I can recuse myself from the vote. So you will always have that opportunity.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this matter?
Yeah, last meeting or a couple meetings ago, I did ask a question about the consent agenda. I believe the definition that I was given was that the consent agenda is used for things that are, expected, like our regular, whether it's extended pay, things of that sort. Is that changing, or is that the same definition, or that's the conversation we're having now? But I'm just wondering, because I think it is important for certain things to be separate. Like everything can't be on the consent agenda. Things like our code of conduct, which might have conversation to the end, or things that might cost millions of dollars. Like it shouldn't just be passed in a regular consent agenda that we can't speak to on the business meeting. And I know that you guys are saying that we can have conversations and pull it from the agenda. But I'm just wondering, like, what is the concrete definition? Because I asked a question last time, and it sounds I'm kind of getting a different energy now. And so I just from my understanding, like, what are you guys defining the consent agenda as?
I think at no point will we suggest that you have items that you can't ask questions about. And I think the most important thing is during the work sessions, you've gotten the information, you've gotten the materials now 11 days prior to the work session. The work session, again, gives you an opportunity to ask questions, to have discussions about items, any items that you want to pull off to make clarifying points about. But then once your consent agenda is set, when you get to your business meeting, your consent agenda is set. You've asked your questions, so you haven't had you don't have a reason to pull it off and have another conversation about it.
Yeah, so there's absolutely nothing that goes on the consent agenda that we have not placed eyes on, had full discussion about, and agreed upon to send it. And so, to your example, Commissioner Santiago, if we have in a work session, let's say the code of conduct comes up and we're talking about it, and there's this suggestion to move it to consent agenda, you have the ability to advocate and say, I'm not comfortable with that. I think we should discuss this further. I don't want that to go to the consent agenda. We as a board can align with that if we do, and then that would remain separate from.
Yeah. And you're also saying, like, for let's say somebody has to recuse themselves, they should remove it from the agenda in the beginning. I'm just wondering, like, if somebody wants to vote no on a specific agenda, should that be removed too, or is it?
Yeah, the consent agenda is, again, as it describes, is consent. So basically, you're all agreeing that we're going to vote on this package as one item. And then any things that might require a roll call vote, anything like that, you pull those off of the consent agenda.
And we would know that, we could make those determinations ahead of time too, before the business meeting. So then when we're at the business meeting, these are all the things we're aligned with that we're going for. If there's anything that you're like, we can have that pulled prior to.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes before we get to it. I'm gonna have a couple things that need pulled.
Listen. Okay, so any other questions on this topic? Let's move on to,
You're maintaining the current process, or you're changing it?
I'm okay doing that. Where are we all at with the consent agenda, the way we approach the consent agenda? Good.
I'm okay with maintaining.
Yep, hearing no objections to that, we'll move forward with the understanding.
Okay. So one of the last sections is just your board bylaws. So based on discussions that you all have been having, there are some things that have impacted your board bylaws, and the bylaws were not updated. And so just kind of want to bring that full circle and ensure that that's understood. So for instance, the switch of the work session and the speaker forum, or now the new session, that will need to be added to your bylaws. And just because in there, it delineates when your meetings are typically. The other pieces, as you see in section 2L, there's an order of business in your business meeting agendas. And so there's some recommendations around changing it and kind of the way that it is set up now. I do want to be clear, you all, in terms of executive session, are looking to just have one. However, in this order, because you may still decide to have a second session at sometimes, executive session will show up twice when this is updated. The other point here is item 3. You currently have a space on your agenda for advisory council reports, similar to your standing committee reports and president's reports. There was some conversation around switching those to written reports only and no longer having oral presentations. The majority of your advisory groups have not been providing any report for quite some time now. So that would be open to the board to have a discussion around how you choose to move forward and engage with that.
Yeah, I get it, and it makes sense, and I'm even willing to just, just kind of do for the president's report and purposes of time and all that kind of stuff, just provide a written report, and that's nice, because then it's a document that people can go back and access. What I do struggle with concerning the advisory council is that BEC has been dedicated, and they do come, and they make the effort to share their thoughts, and they've participated, have not deviated from that. But the majority of folks are not participating. So it's not that their voice is going away, but they're able to submit a written report. I'm in a space there, and I feel like it needs to be probably well aligned, but I am interested to hear from my fellow commissioners on that.
Yeah, I don't support removing their oral reports. I think that they should still have that ability. I know that, in recent months, it's been BEC that has shown up, but I think it's an opportunity for us to then ask our coalitions, our collective voices, what's going on that they're not able to make it and how we can better support them. But I don't support removing the oral reports. I think that that should still be there. And the parents, they might come back someday, and so it may not be now, but I think that the space should always be open for them.
So maybe we can revisit that when they come back. How long do they have when they give their reports?
The recommendation is
The 3
3
minutes?
minutes. Yep. We give them some guidance around the reports.
I agree with Commissioner Santiago. It's usually just one group that comes, we listen to them for 3 minutes.
And how many do we have?
I don't even know, how
5
many
or-
advisory councils do we have?
We've got BEC, we've got PLAC, we've got the
CPAC and
student
SLC.
leadership. Well, the student leadership should, I like for that person to
Yeah.
speak.
I mean, and currently it's an option, correct? It's either or?
They typically submit a written report and then they provide it orally.
So in this particular year, maybe even longer, we have not received not only verbal
Not even
outside of
written.
BEC, but we have not even received written.
Right.
And so, I mean, like they say, people will show you where they stand sometimes, and it's not to close the door. I think that door should always remain open, and we should make efforts as a board or whomever to understand where folks are and what they need. But also recognizing the guidance we're getting with CGCS as far as how we are facilitating our board meetings and how to make them most effective. So.
I still stick with Commissioner Santiago's sentiments.
We probably want to come up with a way to, well, these groups are district sanctioned, these fall under administration,
These are
right?
the board sanctioned
Board,
groups.
some of them are board, which one is district sanctioned? Is there any?
They're all district groups with their board.
But they
board
fall under
approved.
board, so then I would say, because I didn't want to misspeak, that the board might want to figure how we re-engage these particular groups to ensure they understand that they have the opportunity. But we will need to concede on some level, somewhere on this agenda, how we can make the agenda student outcome focused as well, as far as getting it through it. I see Cindy's hand.
Yeah, just real quick, just as you are making those considerations and perhaps re-engaging these advisory groups, just consider that they are, if they are not advising board work and are rather advising administrative work, that you might either restructure them so that they are indeed advising the board on what the board's roles and responsibilities are, and if not, then consider delegating those to be superintendent advisory committees if that is the will. But just a consideration as you're thinking through both how these folks report and how you might re-engage them.
Yeah, if I can make a comment, I personally don't believe that we should be controlling how they report. I mean, these are advisory councils who have been established, they know what they're doing. I don't think that we should have any control. I know that you said you support them when they're creating their report, But I don't think that we should be controlling, what they report to us or what they come to us to. I think we can share with them like what our responsibilities is and how it could be helpful maybe with what we're doing. But I feel like for the advisory board reports, it's a collective voice. And so collectively, the parents, if they're coming here to speak, it's something that the parents must be saying. And so I just don't believe that we should be telling our parents and our advisory boards how they have to report or should report. We should leave the space open as it currently is, and re-engage with them and see what's going on that we haven't been able to connect these past few months.
So I like that, and as we continue to figure out how we want to reengage, and I appreciate that you want to do that, as I suggested, give me some thoughts that you might have, and we can collectively come up with that. Commissioner Feynman?
I also know that one of our advisory committees, although they always give a written report, took the time over the time that I've been on the dais to give more of an oral report on something that was really happening at the moment. So I think it's important that we have given them that time. It's only 3 minutes, and we need to listen to the public, is my opinion.
Okay. Commissioner LeBron, and then I'll go to Clerk Nguyen.
I just have some clarity, just because, it's a board-sanctioned group, but I do also know administration in this district have used those same advisory groups like PLAC to sign off on Title I dollars. So that would need clarification, right? Because either it's a board-sanctioned group to advise the board, or it's a district-sanctioned group and they're using those parents to do Title I dollars and events. That's where I think I, as a board member, actually need the clarity then, because then it can't be one or the other, right? If you're using a parent PTA group to sign off on Title I dollars for events and organizations, and you're working with that PTA group in that school, that's one thing. But PLAC is made up of representatives from, ideally, all of the PTAs from all of the schools, right? That is how the PLAC representation. I do want to separate that the BEC, it is not a board-sanctioned group. There was a case that went to court, and it is has a consent decree that the Latino community in Rochester has upkept for at least 35 years, and they honed in on that consent decree. And that group has a separate legally binding obligation, which is why in that parent group you see administration from other nonprofits who are tied into that group through that case. So I just wanted to clarify that these are separate groups. I do support them giving the option of providing an oral and written report, or one of the other. I think it should be their choice. And we shouldn't require an oral if they don't want to come here to give an oral and they're fine submitting a written report. But I think I would like, I don't know, maybe this goes into the board question log, but for clarity, the actual advisory groups, if they are board sanctioned, which one are those? And if they're board sanctioned, should the administration be then allowed to use them? We need clarity on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that point of clarity there, because that's where my confusion came in. Are they falling under administration? And I knew there was some form of a board, I believe, sanction group. So let's get that clarity, and it looks like we have our discussion on this point. So when you're ready, Clerk Nguyen, let me know.
I'm sorry, President Simmons.
No, I said it looks like we have our discussion on this point here, and then we can move on to the next one when you're ready.
So just two more things. In your board bylaws, there is currently it allows commissioners 5 minutes of speaking time each time they're recognized. It has been a recommendation to reduce that to 3 minutes in alignment with other speakers' time, including, and this is, I want to be clear, this is for each time you're recognized, not the totality of any meeting or any agenda item. And so I would turn over to President Simmons to provide some additional information on that.
Absolutely. So I would like to open the dais, because there's been several commissioners, including myself, who have an appetite to just kind of move the meetings forward. Now, this is not to relinquish voice. However, a lot of times our meetings are going longer because of us included. And so I want to just have that real conversation because it's necessary. And so how do we have fruitful, concise conversations? Oftentimes, including myself, we are repeating ourselves. We are talking, kicking things down the road and just, I agree with this one and I like that too. And now that you've said it, I'm going to say it too. And we're having this big love fest on the dais, and the conversations can get a little out of, they can carry on much longer. So how do we have concise conversations, focused conversations, without taking 5 minutes each time? Because if we were to count up at least going around robin two, that's 10 minutes by just myself, calling on myself twice is 10 minutes. And if we do that by 7 commissioners, we've added on a whole nother meeting to a meeting. So let's figure that out. Although most of us don't take the full 5 minutes, but sometimes we do. What does that look like? Go ahead, Commissioner Griffin.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, President Simmons, and no disrespect to you at all, but once somebody says something, we limit the conversation after they speak. I think that every time a commissioner speaks, I think that if it's not being answered by a superintendent, is not directed to the superintendent or other staff, it needs to go to the next person to speak, to have their question answered or just say a comment. I think a lot of times what is happening is we're speaking and then someone is answering our question, and and sometimes we're not looking for an answer, we're just making the comment. And that can make something carry on a long time as well. So I think that we all need to be cognizant of how we are addressing conversations or questions, and limit the in-between conversations unless it's directed to someone to answer.
Okay, Commissioner McCullough?
So I actually do agree with this time limit of 3 minutes, cutting it down. One thing that I noticed, and I'm going to be real quick, one thing that I noticed when I was running to sit in this seat was that a lot of comments that were made from board members and even sometimes the superintendent at the time, it wasn't you, Dr. Rosser, but a lot of the comments that were made were just taking up minutes after minutes after minutes on comments and on things that had nothing to do with what's on the agenda, that had nothing to do with what's being spoken about, but they were just making these comments, and it was because they had so much time to talk, they were just talking. So I do think that if you can limit that and be more concise on what you have to say so that it stays focused on what it is at hand, that will actually get us moved further. I counted one time, it was like 40 extra minutes of just, that was thank you for that comment, or thank you for doing, it was literally 40 minutes were added to your meeting just from giving thank yous. So I think that a lot of that should be more we need to be more cognizant of how we're spending our time, and cutting that time to 3 minutes, I would definitely go for that.
Yes, Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, it's a no-go for me, but also I want to point out that Robert's Rules allows for 5 minutes once the speaker is
Right.
recognized, with an additional 5 minutes for a second
Right.
go-round. And I do think that in this area, to go even against Robert's Rules, for me, regarding this, especially from this particular group, it's a no-go for me. And we are here elected, and I just have to say that all of the business that's discussed at every single board meeting, it is the public and parents' business. It's the community's business.
Right.
None of this is our business. We are here elected to represent the community, to
Right.
talk their business. And so to limit even those 2 additional minutes. And then let me just say, I am not a fan of controlling what, how, and even how other people deliver what they deliver and how they deliver it, and the tone or language that they use. I personally don't care. I believe like people gotta speak how they speak. And this very much feels like people are trying to control how people speak, when they speak, and even the language of saying concise. That's an opinion to the topic at hand. But so for me, it's gonna be, I'm sticking with Robert's Rules.
Oh, yes, you may. Yes, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to, for clarity, Robert's rules is there's a max of 10 minutes and a minimum of 3 minutes. So it's not, we can't do 3 minutes under Robert's rules.
Under Robert's rules, and I have my book here, and I keep my book in my pocket at all times, it is 5 minutes per speaker. Yes, up to 10 minutes per debate or the topic. But there are always multiple topics that we are debating here at hand. So I
Right.
do want to respond that, again, it's in Robert's rules. We have it in Robert's rules. And then I just have to add that any conversations about bylaws actually require more than 4 board members. So I want to be clear that you all can have a quorum, but you'll need that 5th vote to make any changes in these bylaws. Thank
So,
you.
with that said, the understanding of the ad hoc committee is to align our policies, bylaws, and all of that stuff with consistency to bring forward to the full board for the board to make a decision. And we recognize that, yes, it takes 4 votes to oftentimes make decisions here. However, the objective isn't just 4 votes, it is consensus. As far as talking about the community, again, I do encourage us as a board to figure out, per my previous communication earlier today, around how we can maybe coalesce around town halls and things of that nature. That's not the item on the agenda tonight, so I won't go there. But I do want us to make sure we are getting the community voice to inform our opinions. But I also want to make sure that we are not selectively picking the rules in which we follow. There are a lot of education law, Robert's rules, policies, all types of things that we all have to sharpen ourselves around. And if we're going to follow those things, then we certainly want to follow. So it's, I can't speak for anyone else, but I don't think that for myself that this would not necessarily be a matter of control. But I do think that we as a board can do a lot better in how we are conducting ourselves and understanding our roles as far as governance. So I don't want it to be mistaken for policing, because that would not be okay. Commissioner Santiago, I think I see your hand.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't support reducing the 3 minutes. Also, even in the conversation of questions, sometimes the answer to a question alone could take 3 to 5 minutes. And so, and if we are going to put a time limit and a shorter time limit, then we should put a shorter time limit as far as the answers that administrations can give and how long they can give it. But overall, I don't support doing that as far as on the administration, and also reducing to 3 minutes on our end. Even for the budget vote, I looked at, my time and how long it took me to get out my statement before we voted, which on here was only like 1 page as far as what I wrote, and it came out to exactly almost 5 minutes. And so I just don't support reducing the time to 3 minutes. But it will be good to possibly set agenda times, and not really as like super,
Rigid and tight?
yeah, like not
No.
super rigid and tight, but just like something that we can all see and keep in mind that we're trying to end this conversation by 8:45.
And that is something I've been discussing as far as putting some time limits on the agenda items to speak through it. And I'm glad it came from someone else outside of myself, because oftentimes you don't want to have the appearance of trying to control it, but you do want an effective conversation that maybe the word concise doesn't work for folks. That's a word that I'm working to be, is more concise, because I tell you, I'll think through my process and it'll take me 10 minutes to say something I could have said in 2 sometimes, because I'm thinking as I speak. And so in an effort to be concise and direct around topics, I do want to put time limits on there. So I'd love to see where the board falls with that. So it sounds like we have some opinions on that. We're going to move forward on this particular topic. And does that end this conversation at this time? Or did
I just wonder, following up with this, will this come up for a vote, or is this like the end of the conversation?
policy right now?
Okay, thank you.
So, wait, just for about the agenda setting time limits, is this something the board wants to explore? And
Putting the time limits on?
on the overall agenda, I'm clear that it doesn't sound like there's support for the 3 to 5 minutes, so the 5 minutes will remain in the bylaws.
What is your question? I'm sorry.
Around the last bullet, agenda setting time limits, because that's not a current practice of you all. And is that something that you're interested perhaps having a different discussion about at a later date and time?
Yeah, not tonight, but, because it's not on here, right?
Because it's not what?
Is it on here?
Yeah, it's
Or-
right there, the third
It is
bullet.
on here. Okay, good. Okay, I missed it. Yes, because that's something that, so what are you all feeling about that?
If I could just offer before you had a conversation, in the past, what happens is when we did the agenda, we gave each item about 20 minutes. That included 5 to 10 minutes for administration presentation, and the balance of that time was to be for conversation with the board members. Over time, we kind of moved away from that, and presentations just go on, and conversation, as you all indicated, kind of goes on. And so I don't know if you might want to consider a return or something closer to that, starting out with time limits in that way.
With that, also, I want to just go back to the point around if we do 3 minutes or 5-minute talking points or talking opportunities, that when administration is answering, we're getting a response to it, that does not count within our 5-minute time frame. That's just the response, but we do have 5 minutes to do that. Is that correct? Or
How you all do that in practice, yes.
that's a long question. Now, so moving to Clerk Nguyen's point around the timing of the agenda, I know that when I've facilitated meetings in past practices in other spaces, there's always been a timed agenda to help us move forward. It just allows the meeting to be effective, and I strongly align with that. I see your hand, Commissioner McCullough.
So I was going to say that agenda time limits are really good to keep us on pace and to keep the meetings moving forward. I mean, even in the classrooms, it's best practice for teachers to put time limits on their lesson plans as they're working, to know that they're timing their lessons out so that they can start and finish in appropriate times. I don't see why this should be any different, but the caveat, not the caveat, but the funny part to this is that by putting time limits on our agendas, we have to be mindful that we can't speak for 5 minutes every time we want to talk.
Well, not only that, if we just take a look, it's 6 o'clock.
It defeats the purpose. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
Commissioner.
Looking about
No,
the
I
time
know.
limit,
Yeah.
but we do need to be back to this topic here, is put some time limits on this, because an example would be that it is 8:09 and this meeting started at 6 o'clock, right? And so we are 2 hours into a meeting and we're having good discussion, necessary discussion, and yes, we might need to thoroughly talk things out sometimes. Some things will take longer, but we're 2 hours in and we are still on board protocols.
We're done with this.
We're finishing now, but we have substantial number of meetings, topics. And so with that, putting time constraints might look like this. I think that we are at the end of this particular topic. I think we have had robust conversation that has continued a lot longer than we might need to, and we also have the opportunity to follow up. So with that, I would like to end this particular topic, 2 hours in, and move to the next agenda item. Was there a final piece on this?
Yeah, the only final pieces I'll say is that, as I indicated, your board bylaws will have to be updated with some of these things, as well as your communication protocols based on the conversation. So myself and board staff will kind of pull all that together, share it with you all in anticipation of votes at your July 30th meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Nguyen. And that 2026-27 meeting topics was part of this discussion, so we're.
It's moving to the July, you all decided that.
Yep, all right. So, next on the agenda is the Handbook Ad Hoc Committee update. I'm sorry? Okay, so we're gonna move there, and again, the purpose of this was we're working with the Council of Great City Schools. We have a lot of items that are out of alignment from our board handbook to our bylaws, to our policies. Commissioners have come together, McCullough, Feynman, and Malloy, and they're working on trying to identify alignment and opportunities for us to discuss as a board. I'm going to turn the mic over to Commissioner McCullough at this time.
All right, good evening. Thank you, President Simmons. So the ad hoc committee is presenting its recommendation revisions to the identified board policies and discussion and board review. The committee did develop these revisions, myself, Commissioner Feynman, and Commissioner Malloy, to strengthen our governance clarity and better align the policies with the board's goals, guardrails, and our student outcome-focused governance principles. The recommendations were submitted to General Counsel for legal review, as well as to CGCS, prior to you guys seeing them and prior to them being put on the board, on board docs, the council's, the comments are reflected in the presentation. So in each of the clean versions and the tracked versions, you do see those recommendations that they originally had. They are in those tracked clean versions. Tonight's purpose is not to do a final adoption of it. It is to present this work to you as a board, clarify areas where the council offered additional language, and then receive your feedback so we can move forward and move towards the process for the 2410. With that being said, there is a quick presentation. So with policies 2000 to 2111, 2111.1, there were some updates that were made. These, I believe, have been on board docs since the last meeting, so we've had over a month to review. These updates do align with the student outcome-focused governance. They are bulleted, if you can see in the clean and the tracked versions. The General Counsel had no comments or recommendations for those first three. Anybody need discussion? No? Okay. In the next one for policy 2260, there was a additional recommendation by General Counsel that you can see there. There is a highlight of the current policy and then what the ad hoc recommended. Do I need to read that, or you guys are good with that? Any questions? Mm-hmm.
I do.
Okay.
Well, it's, okay, I am having a hard time making sure, what page is this? Just give me the
This
page.
is page 3. I mean, sorry, page 4.
Okay, yes, I'm on page 4 too, got it, because I'm like, where are we lining up here? I'm confused what so the current policy, because the ad hoc recommendation is a longer.
So wordy.
So it's more wordy, so I'm trying to understand what were the changes and why additional wording? Like,
The adoption of the
it's not highlighted, but that's what I'm just trying to
The-
understand, what's the purpose of the additional language?
The ad hoc committee with recommendations from CGCC was to align the board-adopted goals and guardrails to include analysis of impact schools on student outcomes. That's what's being added.
And just for reference, if you go back to look at the tracked version for 2260, you can see exactly where we added what we added to the current policy. So it's not as wordy when you look at it in the policy. It just looks more wordy on this because of the constraints of the actual template.
Got it. I just want to say, I mean, I commend that there are newer commissioners working on this, and there's just a lot of historical pieces that is missing from the individuals currently working on this ad hoc. I cannot stress that advisory bodies are typically, first of all, it's a volunteer position for somebody in the community, whether that is a medical provider, a parent, a grandparent, anybody who serves on these advisories, this is volunteer work. But two, for them to be expected to include an analysis of impact on student outcomes. We can't even get that from the administration. Realistically, right now, we're gonna shift that over and ask advisory bodies to miraculously pull together. I just can't support that, right? I think for me, the goal of the advisory body is that they are the experts in the topics that we're pulling people from who have a background and either lived experience or professional experience in those topics, and then they're advising us on where we may lack. But then to expect them to have the deep understanding of our systems and what their recommendations are going to then potentially look like is, I just think that's convoluted for an advisory body. That's it. That's just my opinion.
Okay, I'm back, guys. All right, and we're looking at 2260, and so Commissioner Griffin?
I think it goes back to what I said in the beginning, that we must be cautious of of changing wording in the policies that is going to take away from and not actually make a great change. I think it's very, very important that we keep it simple. This is the words mean everything in these policies, and I think that, not to take away from the work that is being done with the advisory committee, but I think that we are not doing ourselves a disservice at this time in making some of these changes. And I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm here 3 years and I'm still learning. So I would, for me, I would feel uncomfortable making such changes and not understanding thoroughly what the policy entails. Some of them are very clear. Some of them aren't clear. They're very convoluted. And when you go to look and you refer to like what the New York State law, the educational law, I should say, it's a lot of different moving pieces to these policies. So you can change one thing, but it can have a difference. It can make a big difference down the line when you look at the educational law aspect of it and other laws that govern our policies. So, and I'm not taking away from anything that everybody's been doing, but I think that we need to pause some of this because it can make a big difference.
Okay, I do appreciate that. I'd like to add comment and recognize that although, to Commissioner Braun's point, that we have two of our newer board members on here with different experiences that they're bringing and talents that they're bringing to the Board of Education, but they're certainly not working on this in isolation, and that's where our voices come in. They are also working on this with a senior board member being our Vice President Malloy, but in addition to her, they also bring this through to our general counsel for review and other folks who have this talent. And to Commissioner McCullough's point in previous board discussions, we all have been here, some of us have been here longer than others. All of us have some form of background knowledge, understanding, and so when we lean in as a governance team, we can collectively identify things that, no, this needs to stay as it is. No, it doesn't need to change. Yes, that's a great idea. Let's change it all. But that's where these discussions happen. So, and I'm glad you brought out this track changes because the track changes did make a big difference because as I look at it side by side, I opened it up and it's like one sentence in track changes because I was like, well, hold on. So I do want us to have that conversation from this lens, and having it doesn't mean that we're going to agree. We might say, no, don't change anything, but let's recognize what we do have, which is the opportunity to lean into some of those voices right now. So with policy 2260 in front of us, what are we doing? Are we just reviewing these? I was looking at your face.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to back on out and enjoy that I don't have to facilitate this. Okay.
it's this one up here.
President Simmons, I think Commissioner Santiago had.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to create confusion. Because I want to respect that I've given the mic to Commissioner McCullough. Is he just going to facilitate and call on commissioners until he turns the mic back over? Because it's kind of like a committee.
In that instance, if
situation,
that's how
right?
you want to set it up,
I
he's
think-
not done a formal presentation before, so I think is no clarity. on how
Okay,
you
so are
want to do
you
it.
cool with that? Go ahead and call on folks, and I'm going to sit this one out and participate
Okay.
until this discussion concludes. Okay?
Chicago.
Yeah, this is one of the ones I'm just like, leave it as it is. I feel like that last sentence, although it is only a sentence, it does add barriers to advisory bodies. And so I just don't think that it has to be changed at all, and that it should remain the same. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. So when we go down to the next policy was 2390.
I did have a comment.
Yes.
For 2260 and then my last one. So the board shall evaluate advisory body recommendations based on alignment to goals, guardrails, and evidence of impact. I want to make sure I have an understanding of that. Are you saying that, so if a recommendation comes forward, because sometimes community, including board, may not understand our role in certain pieces. So are you saying that if they recommend something that falls under, administration, we just redirect it there and give that directive? What are you?
So what the part that the commissioners were having was unsettling for them was the analysis, was in their recommendation, they give a report and analysis of the impacts, or even how general counsel put it, the potential impacts on student outcomes, because we are trying to align these policies to our student outcome governance model. There, in the current policy, there's no alignment at all to that model or to that governance. So we want to ensure that when we do have these advisory committees and these highly and sometimes professional and experts doing work for us, that it's actually going to align to something that's going to actually push the needle forward and not just doing work just to be doing the work. And I kind of think that's why that information, that piece was there, so that the work they're doing actually is going to push us forward with our goals. Now, I think that maybe the analysis word might be hooking, is what's causing the issue, but I do think that there should be some vocabulary, some language that talks about the board goals in the advisory committees.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Go ahead. You got something to say? You wanted to say something, Commissioner? Oh, okay. Oh, you say that to me. Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to say something. Okay.
Sorry.
No problems. Okay, so if there is no more comments for 2260, we can move to the next one, which is 2390. In this one, General Counsel did not have any recommendations for the first part, but there was, for the second sentence, a recommendation, which was just to add policy to that. And once again, this is just to make sure that it's aligned to our current guardrails goals and what we're doing as a district. So it changes the language slightly, but not too much. Are there any questions or concerns about this particular policy?
I would maybe add budget somehow. Budget inside the list. So you see decisions related to goals, guardrails, and policy development. I would add budget in there also because that is one of the actions of the school board, supervising the superintendent, policies, and budgeting. I think budgeting should be one of the things added in this language. Maybe policy and budget development.
What is our role in the budget? We don't necessarily develop it, but we do
Right.
play a huge role in the development of the budget. So tell me more, Commissioner
Well,
Santiago.
it doesn't have to be under policy development, but there should be a way that we should add that in there, seeing that we're
Gotcha.
saying that
Are we looking at the same one? You're looking at the public hearings?
you're looking at 2390.
Yes, public hearings.
Can I,
Yes, oh, I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner LeBron.
No, I do want to add budget separately from resource allocation, because that could be completely a separate category. And to that end, it is legally the board's budget. I know there's always confusion around this, but it is not the administration's budget, it is the board's budget. And I know you all don't know what that fully means yet. When you figure it out, you figure it out, but it is the board's budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
So yeah, I just would recommend adding budget in the language.
Okay.
At some point. It doesn't matter how that looks, but it's just a recommendation.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Any other comments from any other commissioner for 2390? Okay, so next is 2410. This is the delegating the superintendent to establish rules, regulations, or procedures necessary to implement policies. There is general counsel recommendation to this as well. And in these, are we leaning towards the general counsel's recommendation or the ad hoc committees, or marrying of the two? Because I'm assuming if no one says anything, we're going to go ahead with the ad hoc one. You had something?
I just, a brief a comment, Commissioner, just to give the board some insight in the process. So the ad hoc committee did reach out to me. I did take an initial look, provide some feedback. I will say, in fairness to the ad hoc committee, sometimes when you take a look again, later on, you see some things that you missed the first time. So there was some additional feedback that I should have provided to them previously, so I don't want this to come across as the ad hoc committee versus general counsel. I'm here to support the board and to support the ad hoc committee with the best advice I have as early as I have it. So, yeah, I don't, I don't want the framing to be general counsel versus ad hoc. I'm here to support the board over whatever decision they make.
Thank you for that clarity.
We should do a basketball tournament. Legal counsel, basketball tournament, school board versus your legal counsel. I agree with both. And I think that we should find a way to mesh it in, both the legal counsel and the ad hoc committee.
All right. And so if there is no other comments for that one, we'll go to the last one that actually has a recommendation with the general counsel and the ad hoc, what we suggested, and that's 2440. And this is an absence of board policy, the role of the superintendent and what he may or may not do. And again, these are all just making sure that we have board, we have the goals, the guardrails, and student-focused outcomes a part of these policies.
How are we defining, I get the
Commissioner?
impetus of, yes, thank you.
President.
I get the impetus of the language if they significantly impact student outcomes, resource allocation, or system-wide implementation significantly. How are we defining significantly? What does that look like? Because we might look at that differently.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
That's a good question, and so that's why we're have it here for the panel, for the commissioners. How would that be defined significantly? What is the significant impact on our district, on our students, the outcomes, the resources?
That's right. What recommendations did you guys come up with when you put this
So
together?
she's looking, what President Simmons was looking at was the part of the ad hoc recommendation where we identified that the superintendent should be promptly and required for the board to review any policy that's made outside of the absence of the board that significantly impacts student outcomes, resource allocation, or system-wide implementation. So she's asking for what would significantly impact.
Commissioner Griffin is asking,
You guys, as the ad hoc committee, what do you think that looks like?
Well, for me, significant impacts will be anything that that deters us. For me, and I'm speaking as Commissioner McCullough, not as the ad hoc committee per se, but anything that deters us from our goals, anything that goes beyond what policies already exist that they want to add to it. So let's look at resource allocations, and if we look at money, if we know that there's a policy that allocates a certain dollar amount that has to be brought to the board, but say there's something else in addition to that, and that's significantly going to impact something, then it needs to come to us.
What I think that, with that being said, I think the ad hoc committee needs to go back and bring it back to us with those specific recommendations.
That's why we're coming to y'all, so that y'all can help us get to that.
I think that, but
If I may.
for me, if you're the ad hoc committee, you have to be proactive in saying what questions would they may ask. And then it's good that you're bringing it back here, but now I'm going to bring it back to the ad hoc committee and say, hey, listen, the question that President Simmons presented is excellent. So what I'm saying to you all is like, how would that look like on your recommendations if you were to incorporate what you said on the ad hoc committee and bring it back to us and let us know what you know
what I
I'm
might
saying?
suggest?
Yep, no, I
my
hear you.
suggestion.
No, I hear you with
Yeah,
that one,
that's
and
my
that's something that
suggestion.
we would go back and actually
'Cause
discuss.
we can be here another 10 minutes.
No, we're not. That's something we can go back and actually discuss.
I'm
for
being
that.
facetious.
Yes.
One of the things that, this is why we brought it to legal counsel, because he added in that it requires funding not previously authorized by the board, or it appears to have present a recurring issue. So that is why we brought it to legal counsel. So adding and marrying that information, so that would changes the word significantly to he goes ahead and recommends that we use the language that establishes new district-wide rules, standard or practices, requires funding not previously authored by the board, or to appear to present a recurring issue for which the board policy guidance is needed. Therefore, that changes the word significantly to that lovely longer sentence.
Right. And I think that, Council Adrian?
Yes, thank you very much. That's exactly why, again, mine, it's a little wordier, but I kind of foresaw that exact issue, that how do you define significantly? It would, unfortunately, would set up conflict and misunderstanding and miscommunication between the superintendent and the board. And that's also the same reason why the first sentence is tweaked a little bit to say the superintendent shall endeavor, right? So that means the superintendent is going to do his very best, right, to say, okay, this is something that is significant given the definition I have. I have an obligation to bring it to the board. And it says, but notwithstanding that, the board, through its normal functions of kind of evaluating the superintendent, of deliberating at meetings, if the board recognizes something that the superintendent should bring, the board just says, superintendent, bring this to us for, our review. So it's wordier, but I try to anticipate the potential communications issues and resolve them through language.
Yep, thank you. Commissioner Griffin?
Not to take any away from General Counsel, but you guys can also reach out to New York State, the attorneys there, and you can send them an email, and they will email you back information from the state level if you have questions as well. I'm just throwing that out there. If you have questions like with NISB, anything with the law, what's the guy's name that we spoke with before? You can send them questions and they will answer you. So, that's always a way too. Instead of using just Adrian, you can use those measures as well.
Thank you for that recommendation. Any other questions? Commissioner LeBron?
I'm not a fan of policies that sort of speak to stuff that's already law. It just drives me nuts because it's like, this is one of those. Like, why does this actually even have to be a policy? Because yes, withstanding if there's a crisis or a situation and the superintendent needed to act and make a decision, that is within his legal authority to do so as the superintendent. The only question piece, Adrian, under your language around the funding, right, new or previous authorization of new funds that wasn't previously authorized, that I think would fall under the board transfer policy, because for the most part, changes do come through the board through resolutions. So we're going to see those resolutions, and that's when we'll be updated about some of those changes to the budget, is through the resolutions when they're noted, like this is an amendment, this is an addendum to a budget that was voted on, or a resolution 3 years ago. We see all those type of scenarios through the dais and through the resolution, which for me is the mechanism that the superintendent is communicating, whether he's sticking to his budget or making adjustments. So to then even hash this out, my vote is to honestly eliminate this, because legally he is obligated to report to us any of those changes anyway. That's one. There are already other guardrails under the finance policies that do protect a superintendent from making a major change in the budget without the board knowing, right? Our threshold is 500,000. Our threshold for consultants is even lower, 35,000. So if the superintendent said, I identified X as a problem and I want to go hire a consulting group to come in, it is still going to come before the board via resolution. I just don't think we need this, and there are other policies and guardrails and laws that protect this.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. So now I have a quick question for you, Council. With this particular policy, because this was brought up a while ago, and when she brought that up, it just brought something back to my mind. Is this a required policy, or is this a recommended policy?
I think 2440 is a recommended policy. I think it speaks to the superintendent keeping the board apprised of things that he has done. To Commissioner LeBron's point, again, obviously in the absence of the superintendent is the CEO or of the district, he has to keep things running. There's going to be instances where he has to act where there is not specific, guidance or direction from the board. But again, it just speaks to so the superintendent's ability to act in those instances and to kind of create regulations to help with the operation of the district. So it's about it's about setting up a means for that to be communicated so the board's on the same page to kind of build that trust. So I think it is a recommended policy. But I will triple check on that one. It's just
It
recommended,
says it
not
on
required,
the,
right?
on the
It says
track
it on
change. It
there?
says recommended by
It usually
NISBA.
says it,
Okay.
yeah, it usually
Yeah.
says it. Okay, so with that being said, I do understand the sentiment from Commissioner LeBron, that why is it there if there's other policies that already fulfill this need? And I do know that part of CGSC's work is a policy diet, so that could also be something that's open to the floor as well for this particular policy with this, with what we're doing. So I'm not against, and I don't think anyone else is against looking into that as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the, if I may.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
President Simmons.
That's what the, that's the beauty of policy review, because this was, I don't even know when it was added, but I know it was amended back in 2022. So this has been around for a while, and as we grow muscle and conversation, what have you, we can, to Commissioner LeBron's point, identify opportunities to say, does this even really make sense at this point?
Right.
So-
Agreed. So with that being said, there's only one more, and that one had no recommendations. It's just updated the student outcome focused governance training with this particular policy for 2510. It's in the actual policies. You can look at the tracked version of it. If there's no comments or questions about that, Commissioner Santiago?
My question is, who will be doing the training?
For the I'm assuming the CGCS would be doing the training.
Yeah, but just to also say, like, it will be a contract, and they have said in the past that they will charge us to work with new board members, and I know that you guys are gonna have things to say, but even once this contract's end, their work with us ends, and so that would be us continuously paying them.
Good question.
To do this training, and so it's just a thought that I had.
Yes, President Simmons?
If I may, I believe that the purpose of the training is to adopt this framework, and the coaches are here to help us build our understanding of this particular model, and recognizing, too, that we have the flexibility to work this model as we understand it better to fit the Rochester City School District. Not distort it, but fit the Rochester City School District, because it looks different. Some people have kept certain committees and things of that nature. But it's not meant for us to have this lifelong, to your point, Commissioner Santiago, coaching and payment. We have them as a resource as members of the Council for Great City Schools, but we, at some point as a board, should get to a place where we understand the model that we've adopted, and we're able to execute and put in systems that create that understanding for oncoming commissioners along governance, student-focused outcomes, and things of that nature. So I do want to just kind of put that out there.
Thank you. So then this is what I'm bringing to the board then. How would that look if we need new commissioners to come on and understand that governance model?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Griffin.
I just have to reflect back. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You go, and then I'm going to bring him.
I just have to reflect back when me and Isaiah came on. We had a good, I would say the orientation was very good and it was very in-depth. You guys missed out on that. But I again, will double down and say, hey, yes, I like the ideology of the student governance focus, some of the things that they present from the CGCS, but I do not think that we should be presenting that to every new board member. I think we can govern some of those things, and I think we can learn from some of those things, but I do think that it's an overkill in some areas, and I think that what is good for some is not good for others. I think there's a balance. I mean, and I say that with all due respect. The ideology of some of the things that they present are great. But then some of the things, so I think that we don't want, if it's not across the board, something that all the board members govern as an entirety, I don't think it's something that we should influence other board members with. I think we should go back to our orientations that we did originally and use some of their ideologies that are good, that can show board governance in some aspects, but not to the theme of or the tune of, let's have this, training session.
Yeah,
For
Commissioner
your
McCullough.
comments, Commissioner Griffin, and I believe Dr. Hart had something, and then President
Okay,
Simmons.
thank you.
So first and foremost, I think for us, as was just shared a moment ago, we absolutely want to be out of the business of coming
Right.
to Rochester to coach you through this process. But I think in the track changes, there's two things to note. The first is providing new board members an orientation to your process, what you all have established as your processes, we are saying is important. Secondly, we do have training for new board members upon request that we do for our districts that don't have a contract with us as a function of the dues that you pay for membership. So that is not an additional charge. So for example, Philadelphia, when new board members come on, they ask us to come in, give them training. We do that just as a courtesy to say, yep, absolutely.
Right, and
All right.
if I may, the point is, we emphatically have a state monitor who has said that we have to adopt a model.
Right.
And so if this is the model we've adopted, we must ensure that our incoming commissioners are armed properly with that student-focused outcomes governance model and understand how we're operating as a district. That's why you're even going through this ad hoc committee. To Commissioner Griffin's point, I do want to make it clear that I don't see us making sure they align or understand this model means that we don't create the onboarding experience, because I do believe there's additional pieces to the experience that need to happen that we can curate within the board in tandem with administration. So it can be an and, not an either or. And I
Yeah.
think that can be good.
All right, thank you, President Simmons. And if there are no more comments for this section, we are going to be done.
Any questions?
Yeah, you all excuse me, you forwarding these policies out to your business meeting for the normal process of 2410? And obviously, we will update, board staff will update based on the feedback, or are you saying that they need more information, like more time? And,
Because they're only going to go to the second readings, right?
no, they will go to first readings
They
if
go
you
to
forward
first
it out,
readings.
but you do need a formal motion to do that.
So with the corrections, it can be forwarded if that's what the board wants.
I will personally vote no on forwarding it. I would want to see the changes first before it even goes to the first or second reading.
And that,
Do I have the mic now?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So we have motion on the table.
Wait, what's the motion? I'm sorry.
So Commissioner Santiago made a motion. He'd like to actually see the updated changes so that they can just kind of be reviewed and digested a little bit before we go forward with
Well, I don't think
pushing
you,
to the
I would
first.
ask General Counsel, I don't think you need a motion for that. You just wouldn't forward it and open that other motion. And so what we can do, board staff, is prepare and update the policies and bring them to you at the July business meeting. And
Is
you
that
can
how we're going to do it?
decide
Okay.
forward.
So that's the suggestion, and that's what we'll do. We're going to move on to the next part of the agenda, and that is the resolution review. And we have resolutions 100, I believe, through, I'm sorry, number 1 through 101. And then we've got a couple amendments on this as well. So I want to open the discussion for the July resolutions for 100 through 101, given there will be some amendments that come forward. Yes, so we have those resolutions in front of us, 100 through 101, and there's going to be amendments made to, looks like 581, 665, 700, 747, and 758. Is that correct, Clerk Warren? Yeah, so,
Those are amendments.
I have
They're in the packet.
questions.
Yes.
I gotta get my thing.
so resolutions, we're going to request a motion to forward resolutions 1 through 101 with amendments that are going to be made to 581, 665, 700, 747, and 758. Yes, sir. Entertaining well, we're going to entertaining a motion for resolutions 101 through 100 with those amendments.
Well, I don't even know what the amendments are.
So the amended so those were resolutions that you voted
from
in
the
previous
that's what I keep
meetings.
forgetting. I was like, this is
And
so out of order.
they are at the end of your packet.
Yes,
So
thank
what's
you.
presented there is the amendment.
I got confused all over again.
Was it
Yes,
the
so
back?
we had this conversation previously. These resolutions were amended previously. We've discussed them, we've seen them. Should have seen them again. It just looks weird because we've got 500 and then 101. So with those, I'd like to entertain a motion for resolutions 1 through 101 in the current resolution packet, along with the previously discussed amendments to 581, 665, 700, 747, and 758. That's a motion on the floor. I'd love the.
It was amended.
So we're going to discuss, and we're going to open this for discussion. Yeah, because we're reviewing them before we move them forward, because they may be going to the consent agenda, I believe. So, yeah, for the purposes of going to the consent agenda. But I want to open the floor with this motion so that we can have that discussion. Seconded, so who was firsted? Okay, firsted. Motion by Commissioner McCullough, seconded by Commissioner Feynman. Ooh, and so let's open the discussion at this time. 1 through 101, and this is also including those discussions, resolutions 581, 665, 700, 747, and 758. So those are open for discussion at this time. I know. Well, no, so at the end of the packet, so 1 through 101 are all in order. They're all in order. That 581, 665, 700, 747, and 758 are consolidated at the very end, so you can follow them. Yes. Yes. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I'm gonna, both now and also at the end, or at the business meeting, I am not in support of resolution 87 and 88. Talked about it in previous years. The Rochester Police Department has a pretty hefty budget. And I don't see why we're sending $1 million extra for them to protect the citizens of Rochester, which is what their original hefty budget is already for. And I also don't believe that it is as effective as it could be, whether it's how we're partnering with the police department or the different things that we could be doing and putting this money back into our community for. And so Resolution 87 and Resolution 88, as I have in previous years, I'll be voting no on. So does that mean I have to pull it from the consent agenda? So can I say that now, or should I wait until the business meeting to say that I want this pulled?
So basically, if you're not going to be in support of those particular resolutions, I believe they will not appear on the consent agenda
Okay.
because, yeah, so they'll automatically not move forward.
Thank you.
So it doesn't mean it's a vote or no, but it could be a vote or no, but it does mean that it will not appear on the consent agenda. Commissioner Griffin?
Yeah, I just want to say this, and I don't know if I've ever said it before, but I probably have, I just don't remember. Why can't we have, I know when I was in school, we had truant officers. Why can't we look into something like that instead of having so many police involved? Truant officers were very effective when I was in school. I don't know what the protocol is on that, but I know they actually checked on the kids' attendance. They were able to really address the needs. So I just wanted to put that out there.
I'm smiling because my father was a truant
He
officer for the
was-
Rochester City
I
School
mean,
District.
we had some really good truant officers, and they really, and a lot of them played a big role with our students. So I'm just curious of why we can't, maybe take some and I'm gonna say this, there are a lot of our SSOs that play those roles, and they are not being recognized for the roles that they play in helping our children, making sure they get to school, or even knocking on the door or picking them up. So I want to give a shout out to those SSOs that are doing beyond their duty, call of duty, and not getting paid what they should get paid. So I think that we need to really reel this in and might need to do a little bit more work and look at that and see how that could be effective way of addressing the needs of our children and the attendance as a.
Yes. Is that regarding the resolution 87, the ones that Isaiah was just
Yeah,
talking about?
which one
Okay.
it is.
For the, in addition
Yeah.
to the
Just
police, instead of the
piggybacking off
police
of
bat.
what,
Gotcha.
Commissioner Santiago was referencing.
Okay.
I just wanted to add to that.
Thank you. Any other questions or on the resolutions at hand before they go to the consent agenda? Those two have been removed for further discussion or no votes or what have you. Commissioner Feynman, did I see your hand? I'm in agreement with Santiago. Okay. Commissioner LeBron, did you have anything? So no other conversation on resolutions 1 through 101 through 581, 665, the other ones that I've listed. No other conversation, all these resolutions, we have no questions on these?
Can I just ask a quick question? With that, although I say that there's better ways for us to spend our money, definitely around safety. We'll have a conversation after this meeting. I'll talk to you after this meeting about that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Right, because it then becomes this conversation. There's a lot of, when we look at the state of Rochester and student safety, and we've seen some things. And then there is the responsibility of our partners in government, and then there are the responsibility of the school district, and how do we take both responsibilities and work together to ensure our students are safe, and what does that look like? So, great conversation. I look forward to having that. There's no other questions about all these resolutions?
Oh, this is for, yeah.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, listen, don't be sitting here talking
Okay.
about the board question
Well,
long after
you were
this.
talking about the
Okay,
amended
Commissioner
one.
Griffin?
Okay. This would probably be a question for Dr. Rosser. I'm looking at Resolution 82, and it's Erie BOCES. It's coming out of Buffalo. I'm just questioning, we have BOCES here, right? Okay, so why is this coming out of Erie instead of out of Rochester?
I need to take a look at the particular, hold on, let me just get to
Okay.
that particular one. But there are BOCES across the state, and not all BOCES provide the same services.
Okay.
Erie One BOCES provides different services than Monroe, which provides sometimes different services than Data, et cetera. So let me just take a look at this particular resolution.
If you can, and we make sure that it's not something that we can provide locally, I would greatly appreciate it. And I have Resolution 81, CCC Agreement and Payment for Services, Communication Services. It's the sign language. I'm happy to see this. Now, my next question is, will this incorporate will this help our nonverbal autistic kids? And will they have a personal sign language person be at the schools to address them? How is this going to help our babies that need to have the sign language to, when they have to go to the bathroom and things like that? There's a lot of concern surrounding that. I'm glad to see this, but who is going to be forward facing our children that are autistic and nonverbal? Can somebody answer that question for me?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
take them in order, please. Looking at the one from Erie One BOCES.
Oh, you go back to that one? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to make sure
Okay,
that
go ahead.
so the one from Erie One BOCES is an agreement, of course, that speaks to WiniRig, which is a data platform that typically comes out of Western New York, Erie One BOCES. So this one would be very specific to what that particular BOCES offers. And that is not offered, to my understanding, here in Monroe County.
Okay, so there's no data BOCES in New York State,
No,
in
no.
Rochester, New York.
Right. This particular
This is data.
service that we're seeking is only offered through Erie One BOCES.
Okay. This doesn't have to do with any kind of recent RFPs or anything. This is something different?
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Okay, cool. So now I already mentioned.
So
the
now
other
you're
one.
back on 81.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to have Chief Swan come up and speak specifically about this because this has to do with related services.
This is sign language one.
Good evening. This particular resolution is for the communication services, particularly for students who are deaf or hard of hearing, to provide ASL services. It also supports families at meetings and events at schools. Commissioner Griffin, the specific question that you're asking about how do we support students who may be nonverbal, we have a whole team of related service providers who support assistive technology for students who are nonverbal. Those supports are usually or are always part of the student's mandated individual education program, their IEP, and those are school staff members.
Okay, I'm gonna have to double down and tell you that I have several parents that are very upset with the RCSD because they have not been provided the proper services for their children that are nonverbal autistic kids. They've come home with wet diapers and everything else, and because they don't understand or they're not paying attention to their child. This is very, 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 very concerning to me. If we can pay $1 million for this service, we need to make sure that there are teachers. We have RIT right close by us. We have one of the big. We have over on. We have what is the Rochester School for the Deaf. There is no reason at all that the RCSD cannot employ teachers to help our children that are nonverbal autistic. None. There's nothing that nobody can tell me, because we have the resources here for that. I would be looking forward to see some type of resolution or something addressing this major concern for our babies that are nonverbal and autistic. I don't want another parent to come to me and say that my baby, they get home, they're soiled, they're this. That burns me. Whoever's fault it is, I don't even care. Let's fix it, because I don't want to hear that again. It burns my heart. You know, I'm in tears right now because these parents are crying. They take care of their babies, and then and not for nothing, these parents working, they take care of their kids, and they entrust us. If my son or my daughter came home wet, I'd be finding you. Okay, I'd find you. So I'm saying, as a parent myself, and have friends that deal with autistic grandbabies and all of that, I'm crying out to you guys right now on this mic, on this dais. Let's get it together. I don't want to
Okay.
have another call. I'm serious. I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Thank
There's
you.
no excuse. $1 million for sign language, but no one's in the classroom. Let's get that fixed, please. Thank you.
Commissioner LeBron?
I just have to really quickly say that prior to running for the school board, I worked at East with a nonverbal autistic child who was considered selective mute. So I'm familiar with the communications devices that the district does provide. But I do want to point out that specifically at East, there were protocols in place for nonverbal students where the teacher or the TA, they would agree to, one or the other, would take the responsibility of writing notes to parents so that they would have that notebook. And so I don't know all the woos that Commissioner Griffin is currently mentioning, but certainly I'm willing to have some conversations with her, do some follow-up with you guys. But there are things in place that staff
Yes.
can do to support nonverbal students outside of the devices, because we do get the devices and we do, I mean, I know, I worked in the district, I've seen it up close and personal, but I do want to uplift that historically we have had an issue with assuring that nonverbal kids are getting all of the wraparound services or all of the things in the IEP that they're entitled to, including that aid. I don't know where that's at right now, but that's not my question, but I just wanted to give a little bit of a different perspective to it. I do think that is a smaller issue that I do think once we connect the parent with the administration, that they can figure out how to solve that. My question, because I asked President Simmons to call on me, my questions are related to 26, 27, 4, and 3. I'm sorry, Commissioner Griffin.
I just want to finish my last one. Is this not related to this?
No, so go ahead, because
So-
I didn't, no, I thought you were done.
No, I got,
You have just, you're finishing your question, or?
no,
Yes.
that's done with that. I have my resolutions that,
Okay, so why don't we do this, so you finished that, so hold on, let me redirect the piece, and I do see your hand, Commissioner Feynman.
Okay.
And I've already called on Commissioner LeBron, so you've had, how many more, you have a few more
I have
questions?
just 2 more.
Okay,
Yeah.
so before we go, what I'll do is I'm gonna go back to Commissioner
Two
LeBron
questions.
to finish up. I'm going to allow for,
So she's on a resolution. I'm just doing my resolutions.
which one are you on?
I want to speak on Resolution 2627,
Okay,
4,
and
and
what we
3.
were just talking about was 81? Okay, what I'm going to do, because I've already called on a hand, is allow for that hand to finish. When that hand completes, I will go to you, Commissioner Feynman, to go into Resolution 81 to bring that point, and then we'll conclude with making sure everyone gets a voice, because we have several different
I
questions.
just want to finish can I finish my resolutions? I got my resolutions ready to go.
Absolutely, I understand. What I want to,
Went on to her resolution. She said.
and I'm going to come
finish
back.
mine.
I'm going to come
Why
back.
are you doing that?
Done me officially. I think
I've
we
already
both
got a hand
assumed
on
that you were done,
No,
so that,
I'm not done. I just.
That's no problem, we'll come back.
Jesus.
just 27, 4, and 3, just questions around the McGraw-Hill LLC and the language that's used in there around, there's a committee that typically gives input to the curriculum selection, and somehow in the resolution, it's written that we're going to skip that process. And I thought we would have to potentially vote on suspending the rules versus it being sort of written through, we're going to suspend our own practice. So I would like clarity on that piece particular in the language. It is 26, 27, number 3, because 26, 27, number 4 has to do with a late resolution coming in. And and just a warning to this administration, summer school starts every year, same time. That resolution for MCC should have been in the summer school packet, because now we're getting a resolution voting on a significant amount of money after the fact. And even the policy we just previously discussed, for me, this wouldn't have fallen under that, because it should have fallen under the summer school resolutions. And we should not be getting a resolution after a program has started and expenses are being accumulated, because, and I don't think that this would happen, but it could happen. What if the board voted no tonight on that resolution and it didn't pass? Now we have students and a legal obligation to pay people if we hired them and they're working. We have to pay them whether the board voted for it or not. We've come up across those circumstances in this district. And Adrian, if you want to speak to that, but we have had our back up against the wall where there were decisions made and then the board didn't want to move forward, but we didn't have a choice because we have to legally pay people if they work. So I just want to point those two things out, because that should have been both of those points I'm making tonight. I would have preferred the administration bring it to our attention Oh, and by the way, we're going to suspend the curriculum committee, or that, for whatever reason, and also we're bringing forth this resolution late, rather than us finding it through reading it. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. And for the purposes of facilitation, and I don't want it to be taken personally, but sometimes, once we open these resolutions, and I'll use myself as an example, I may have questions on 20 resolutions, and I'm not necessarily going to be able to list them all off, and sometimes just kind of deviating and allowing other commissioners to get their questions in and circling back. So that is the objective right now, this evening. And as I stated earlier, there was a hand on the floor that I'd called on. Commissioner Feynman has listed that she had one in alignment with 80 or 81 that I wanted to get back to. And then Commissioner Griffin, I'll come back so that you can present additional question.
I just wanted to give some clarification. An interpreter from Interpretech is designed to be for someone who is fluent in sign language. So asking an interpreter to walk into a room and work with an autistic child,
That's not what I was saying.
they're not qualified to work with those children. And so there's this specific one for 81 is designed for people like my daughter and the parents in the district that have children, and there are other deaf children in the district that need a qualified interpreter to make sure that they have access. So those interpreters are not qualified to work with the children who are autistic or mute. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Commissioner Feynman. Commissioner Griffin, you had a couple of other policies that you wanted to ask questions on. What are those policies and
Yeah,
questions?
and one of them actually was, Commissioner LeBron, you brought up the McGraw. And I had McGraw here too. So I'll go to that one right now. I guess my question is, how is the McGraw program working right now in summer school? Can somebody give me an update on that? Is there someone here that can speak to the McGraw, McGraw program that's being instituted at the summer programming?
Certainly respond to this particular resolution. Chief Cody, would you like to come to the microphone? If you can also explain that this particular resolution is really seeking to expand the scope of the renewal to include professional learning and related materials. And I'm not certain if that specific piece of it would require it to go through the committee that, is listed in this resolution. But if you could speak to that, that would be great.
Before you speak, Ms. Cody, just to be clear, I want to know how the program has been implemented and how it's currently working. Is it working up to par? Are the teachers able to work through the program? Do they understand it? Do they understand the curriculum? Do we have help desk tickets out on them? Do we have textbooks? These sorts of things. How is it working?
Go ahead, if you want to answer that, but.
That's an
Okay,
appropriate.
that's a governance question. Okay, go ahead, Superintendent Rosser.
Sure. So a couple of things that are all being asked about here. One is around how it's working. This was year one. We just finished year one of implementation. It is not used in summer school. It is the Tier 1 curriculum for 9 through 12 ELA that was adopted last spring prior to my arrival in this position. So I can't speak to the process that was undertaken at that time, but I do believe it went through a process and came to the board. But we could go back and look at that. So we are ending year one of implementation, and the teachers do have all of the materials that they needed for this year in terms of the novels, the books, the online licensing. So this is, as Dr. Esser said, this is just a renewal. So they went through the process last year. It was approved as the curriculum. It's a renewal for the materials in addition to, as Dr. Rosser pointed out, and ask to amend the original amount that was approved for the renewal to provide increased professional development during the upcoming school year. we were able to secure as part of the contract for this past school year, working with the company, and they provided the professional development at no cost for year one. But for year two, there will be a cost for the professional development. So this is being provided to come back to you for the contract for the upcoming school year, for the student and teacher materials for the curriculum that was previously adopted. It is being asked to be amended for the $80,500 in professional development. And just speaking to Commissioner LeBron's question as well around the instructional council piece, we did look into that piece and checked with general counsel. It was my understanding that because that regulation in particular speaks to the ESA committee, and that having been dissolved, what we referenced in preparation of this resolution was Superintendent Regulation 4511, which describes our textbook selection and adoption process, which is also, I believe, referenced in one of the board's long-term planning policies. So believing that we were still in line with the most current and existing superintendent's regulation, that it was still in line with that. So it did go through the RFP process. It went through the committee process where there were teachers, administrators, community members, all last spring prior to the adoption.
So are you clearly stating that there's no summer school currently that is using McGraw-Hill? Is that what you're stating to me?
Correct. That are using this particular McGraw-Hill. This is StudySync.
Okay.
So StudySync is what this resolution is on, our 9 through 12 ELA curriculum. There is a different McGraw-Hill product that is being used for the current summer school. That is not what's being referenced in this resolution here.
Okay, because we are having issues with that. Yeah, we are having issues with that, so, okay, all right. Thank you very much. And my last question, I'm good. So that's with the summer, we do have a problem with McGraw-Hill with the summer school. So just to let you guys know, that there's a lot of tickets and the teachers are having problems implementing it correctly with the students. The actual systems are not working. So that is feedback that I just want to present to y'all. But I misunderstood this particular resolution and mistaken it
Yes.
for the summer school, but it's actually for the previous.
Okay.
So I just want to clear that up for the
Do
listening
you have a
public.
last resolution question, or was
This
that?
is the
that was
last
it?
one. This is the last one. And this has to do with Resolution 8. It has to do with funding for our coaches. I don't see anybody here from athletics, but I just wanted to address that. When I went through this resolution, I'm still not seeing anything for certain schools. Football for Padilla. On here, we're governing $405,000, over $405,000 we're paying for coaches, and I still do not see where Padilla High School is going to be having football again for another year. This is unacceptable. Again, the kids need football or want football and want to be a part of football, and again, we are spending over $400,000, and we still are not giving our children what they deserve, and that's sports and athletics to address their social and emotional as well. So I think this is a disservice, and I said it before, and I don't know how we missed it again another year. So that's almost 4 years the children at Franklin, since I've been on this board, they have not had football. So can somebody address that for me?
Okay,
You have an answer, Dr. Rosser? Because nobody else is here, so can you take that for me?
Yeah, we would need to get back to you on that. I would imagine that it's based upon a number of different variables, inclusive of the number of students who are interested at Padilla and whether or not they have enough students to comprise a team. But we will get back to you on that
Clerk
more
Wynn, can you
specifically.
submit that and inquire about that particular question? And with
Freddie
the
Thomas, too.
McGraw
Freddie Thomas to that.
conversation, there seems to be a lot of questions around that, so I'm thinking that may need to be pulled from the consent agenda, clerk. When can you note that as being pulled so we can get additional follow-up and clarity on what number is McGraw on, number 3? Yes. And also some realignment on there, because there's a lot going on there, but Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, beyond pulling is if it can actually be rewritten so it's clear what the resolution is actually doing, because in reading it, it's 329K, but really what's being asked is us to either amend or an addendum. I can't make clear of what is being asked, but it's at a cost of around $80,000. And again, it's just very confusing because is it an amendment to the original? What are we actually getting for that 80,000? Is
It's a
it
both and.
300,000 or in addition to the 80? My ask is just that
Yeah.
we clarify.
It's a
it.
both and. It's a both and to it.
So maybe if that's
It's 80,000,
clarified.
yeah, it's 80,000 plus it's the annual increase to the curriculum that was adopted by the board. So we can make sure that it's written more concisely so it's not as confusing.
Yeah, and a total understanding of cost. Yeah.
So there's annual costs tied to that.
Can I ask one question? And this might be for the benefit of the administration, as it pertains to that language about that former committee. Again, ESA does not exist, so that's what the language says. Waive to the degree. And again, as I think Chief Cody explained, I did provide some information that there is a superintendent regulation about curriculum adoption, and that's referenced in the board policy 6200 and so forth. So when the resolution comes back, does the board still need that information about that instructional council? Because it seems to be kind of defunct right now.
I don't. I thought it was. Sorry, that's why I needed clarity on. But if it's a defunct, my apologies. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just saying for me, no. But I can't speak for the rest of the commissioners. However, we should work on doing away with things that just don't make sense anymore. And why is it there, right? It could just reference the previous resolution. And ultimately, we should just know what the dollar amount was that was voted on previously. This resolution was voted on for X amount. This is the new language. We want to increase it by X amount for this purpose. That's it for me.
And
But
recurring
if I can
costs.
have that understanding today, I would have been able to support it, but I'm glad we got time.
Well,
But I'm also wondering, just like, if we can get some of the vendor information or the art, and I know RFP is such an interesting thing. I'm not trying to get all in the weeds, but even for the training, we're spending all this money for 3 days, which are the superintendent days of sessions with teachers, and 5 months of coaching with 4 classrooms, and that costs $80,000.
To add to what you're saying.
One second. One second.
So I'm just wondering, because even in the RFP process, we're supposed to go with, we're supposed to think about our financial standing. And so I'm just wondering, was that really our best financial choice for $80,000 for 3 superintendent days and 5 months with 4 classrooms? Yeah, and I know we're going to remove it from the consent agenda, so I'll leave more conversation for our business meeting, but.
Yeah, can we add that to the question log? Because it can be explained in the question log.
Yeah, because it does include salaries, that kind of thing. So, look, yeah, we're pulling that, and any additional questions regarding this particular McGraw resolution can go into the question log, and it does sound as if there's an understanding that it'll also be realigned to provide some clarity. I do have a question I'd like to present, and that's on resolution number 6. Now, this is a grant-funded line, so it's the universal pre-K number 6. Let me just make sure I'm on that one.
I had that one too. I just want to put it back.
And so this is regarding, again, the Teaching Strategies LLC, or what have you. Now, with this grant, these grant dollars, I just wanted to get some clarity around, are these grant dollars tied to student enrollment? on any level. And the reason I ask that is are we on track with the enrollment? Because if it's tied to any form of enrollment, we know that there's been some state dollars that have been granted to Monroe County and the Office of Children's Services, what have you, where they will be able to tap into 0 through 3, which touches part of this particular population. And should that impede on our ability to enroll enough students, do we then have to absorb the costs associated with any potential loss of seats? What does that look like for us?
So to answer the question, yes, the universal pre-K dollars are tied to enrollment, and enrollment is taken twice each year. We are currently, as I have shared in the weekly superintendent updates to the board, tracking the pre-K enrollment. And as I've shared also, we are also engaging in a number of different strategies to inform our families about the pre-K programming in the district, as well as with our community-based organizations, and we will continue to do that. There are some concerns, but good concerns, concerns that with the additional dollars that are going to be funneled through Monroe County, how that might impact our 3 pre-K programming, and we are monitoring, that population of students who are enrolling into our program. And it's a good thing because that means more money is being pumped into our community. We just need to make sure that through a coordinated effort that we are making sure that all 3-year-olds are connected either to our district universal pre-K programming or the county's child care support that the funding is coming to support.
Okay, and so we'll get an update on where we stand with that. Okay, I want to end this piece with the 2 last hands. I see Commissioner Griffin, and then I'm going to come and finish out with Commissioner McCullough.
I just wanted to make sure that the questions that I had are noted, Rahima, the ones that had to do with the athletics, the one with the McGraw for the summer school program, and ensuring that we're addressing that as well, because there's some concerns there. If we can get some feedback on that, I would appreciate it. And also the one with the sign language, for the children. I want to make sure I get an update on that and ASAP on that, please. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner McCullough.
Yeah, I also did have a question for resolution number 6 that you had brought up about the universal pre-K curriculum. And I just was curious with that, and because you were saying it was tied to student enrollment and everything, and this is a 4-year contract, correct? Like it can go up to 4 years, and each year after that initial is about 300 and something thousand. Is that right?
Yeah, it's an initial contract, but it gives the superintendent discretion for up to 4 years, an additional 1-year term.
Okay.
So it's not a commitment.
So it's not a
for us to, in the event that we find that due to whatever reason, we don't have the necessary enrollment to support our 3K programming, as we do with any of our budgeting processes, that wherever there is opportunities to identify efficiencies, we most certainly identify those areas for efficiencies.
Okay.
And this would be potentially one of them.
Okay, so it's something that you could pull back if you're not seeing good results. Okay, and then
Well, after this year.
after the first year, if you're like,
Correct.
no, we're not going to do, so you don't have to invest those monies into it. Okay, and then I did have one for resolution 21. I just have a real quick question for that one, and it's on safety policy and implementation. So it's about the TCIS training. It's going to be a real quick question. I'm just curious, in this training, are they getting trained on the restraint training or the non-restraint training? Did it say non-restraint in there? I might have missed it. Oh, okay. 21? Yeah, the TCIS training.
Chief Scott, Would you be able to respond to this, or is this something that we need to respond in the question log? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. It's my understanding that both trainings take place during this time, but what I'll do in the question log is make sure that I provide a more thorough explanation or a response.
Okay, yeah,
But I think-
I would like to know that.
Yeah, but both approaches, from my understanding, take place during that training, but I'll make sure in the question log that I provide a more comprehensive response.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can I?
And
Yes. Were you done, Commissioner Griffin?
one more. But no, you go ahead. No, you go
It
ahead.
had nothing to do with.
Oh, it had nothing to do,
Yeah.
okay, so this last one was for SPED. I was looking, and I'll wait to, you want to call up Ms. Swan for this one, or you want to handle it?
Well, depends on the question.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So the question is, I was
number?
looking at the SPED report, and I noticed that there were a couple, and I'll give you a very specific example. There was a student at Enrico Fermi School who went from a 6-to-1 to 4 to a 12-to-1 to 2. And I'm just curious on how those broad changes in program are occurring in our district.
So it's on B. It's, yeah, resolution number 2.
Oh, yeah, I didn't say the resolution, I'm sorry.
You may have. I may have missed it.
No, I might not have.
So the specific student information that you're asking, those are recommendations that are made by a committee on special education based on the evaluations, the present levels of performance of the student, and what the committee decides that the student needs.
Okay, so I think my question is, because I have been looking at these over the past several months, and I have seen consistent movement of kids going from these more restrictive settings to like these huge changes sometimes. This is a huge change, going from a 6 to 12. So that was decided by the committee that was a change?
All of the recommendations are decided by the Committee on Special Education.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just wanted to bring that up and let it be known. Thank you.
Superintendent Rosser?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because I know that Commissioner LeBron had brought up resolution number 4, that we do put that in the question log, because, I do want to be able to provide an explanation to our commissioners around, this topic that we had a discussion, a very deep discussion today in executive session around confirming orders and items coming late to the board. So I do want to be able to provide a response to the commissioners.
Okay, time check, it's 9:30. Board clerk, if you can just ensure that I have captured the right resolutions to be removed from the agenda, which I have listed here as 3, 87, and 88. Were there additional resolutions? I said 87. Yep, I said 3, 87, and 88, but I'm not sure if I'm missing any from there. That's what you have as well? Okay, with that, I'm gonna try it. So we already have the motion on the table. So moving resolutions 1 through 101, along with 581, 665, 700. It would be easier if I just remove those from it. So how about this? Entertaining a motion to remove resolutions 3, 87, and 88 from the consent agenda. Motion by Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor? Aye. Aye, those items have been removed. And with that, entertaining them for the remaining resolutions 1 through 101, 581, 665, 700, 747, and 758, minus the 387 and 88. Motion by Commissioner LeBron, second by Commissioner Santiago. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm looking at Clerk Wynn's face. You're saying a lot. Did I do it? Did I catch it? Got it? Okay. All right,
Dr.
we gotta,
Lasser, can I know y'all was having a joking time for a second. I just wanted to say something too. Can you clarify it in the board laws, if we can just get it in the board log as a question? I wanted to know the total monies of a summer school that's being spent, the total number now, including what we're showing in this book. You put that as a board log question to get me an answer on that?
No, I just want to clarify. You said you want to
I
know the
want
total.
We had a number that we previously had, right? Now that number has increased. I want to know the number prior and the number now.
For summer school, gotcha, okay.
That we passed the previous resolutions for summer school, because I'm seeing summer school still, and I want to see. I want to know what it is, the difference.
okay, we are moving forward on the agenda, and we're looking at the budget task force conversation at this time. I'm going to turn the mic over to Superintendent Rosser.
Commissioners, we had discussed during the budget process that we would be a little bit more aggressive with engaging our community in conversations around our financial outlook for this upcoming year. There were commissioners who had articulated a need for the district to begin engaging our community in conversations around the 27-28 budget. As a part of the academic plan, academic and financial plan, F21, it reads, the board and the superintendent shall establish a task force at the beginning of the school year to do research and make recommendations for cost-saving measures to address the revenue gap included in the 5-year financial plan. The recommendation shall be taken into consideration during the development of the 27-28 budget, and the task force members should include district employees, union leaders, students, parents, community members, and elected officials. Understanding that this is a deliverable that we must deliver on as it relates to the academic and financial plan, I have put together a few documents that are in draft form, of course, because it does speak to the board and the superintendent and working collaboratively to kick off this task force. So the first document I want to sort of go over is the timeline, the draft timeline for this important work. In having conversations with the state monitor and looking at a model that he's very familiar with, that was the basis or the foundation by which this particular timeline was created. Once the task force members are identified, and we'll talk about that in the next slide, the task force would meet twice monthly for a duration of 90 minutes. It would be a meeting that would be in person, and that those meetings would start next month. There would be 2 meetings each month for the next several months, taking us to December, where the committee would have the responsibility of creating recommendations supporting what the district should consider as it develops its 27-28 budget. That final report would be adopted by December 18th by this particular task force. And the purpose of them adopting it by December 18th is to provide an opportunity for that particular report to then be placed into a presentation that would then be provided to the board at our first January work session meeting. So I want to just sort of, as I mentioned, this is really a draft that was created for the purposes of us having discussions around it, so that if there's any recommendations for modification, that we most certainly can have those conversations this evening. So I open it up for conversation.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Rosser. I do appreciate that there is a effort to be proactive in the timeframe in which we're addressing the budget and how we're going about it. I do like the idea of the task force, state monitor, and just for clarity and the purposes of this conversation, I recognize that the recommendation is that obviously we're supporting, and this is our budget, and understanding that we're supporting the superintendent as he curates some of these pieces. The boards, I want to make sure that we have an understanding of our role as it pertains to this particular ask regarding the task force. Are they reporting to us and we're getting updates? How does that look?
Thank you, President Simmons. First, I would like to commend the superintendent for the work that he has done to address this recommendation. Right after the board approved the financial plan, he had a meeting with us to talk and discuss this. The intention of this recommendation is that the board and the superintendent, again, will work together for this task force, but knowing that it's the responsibility of the superintendent to put a budget together, to present that budget to the board for the board approval, that he will facilitate this process to get input from the stakeholders. During the budget deliberations for this past year, there was a lot of conversation about what are the duties, what is for developing the budget, the transparency and all that. So the intention is for the superintendent to be able to get input, to get recommendation from different stakeholders based on when we went to City Hall, there were some concerns from some of the common councilors, and to get that plan to be presented to the board. Not for the board to do the work, it's for the superintendent to facilitate the process and to bring recommendations to the board.
Thank you for that. And I do recognize there were a lot of questions presented during this process, as it should be, and then some could be answered ahead of time. And so I would love to see an opportunity for the board to, maybe we reach out to our partners in government officially as a board governance team and invite them to attend some of these sessions to get some of those answers, because what we do know is that education law and school budgets often look different than some other pieces. There are a lot of things that are aligned, but then there are pieces that don't make sense to the common person, and so that would be a great opportunity to engage early. I do want to open the dais for additional thoughts around this budget task force as we want to know what it's going to, or well, as we identify what we want it to look like as commissioners. I do want to identify a timeline for updates and things of that nature. So, anyone? Anyone adamantly opposed to the task force? All right. If there are no feedback at this particular time.
I just want to say, I know that this is just a task force, but just want to reiterate the importance of ensuring that the general community is updated on some of these decisions made, and that the general community is also getting an opportunity to give feedback outside of just the members on your task force.
Yep, and so the budget budget conversations are still happening along with that, and so, okay.
Yeah, so beyond just the task force, of course, that's written as F21 in the academic and financial plan, we are still going to engage in having our community budget forums where we're asking our general community outside of the 21 members who will make up this task force, what their thoughts are on those things that they would like to see in our budget, which will help inform, as they did this past year, our budget priorities. I have also drafted engagements where after the budget priorities are provided to the board as a matter of presentation, and then once we develop the framework for our budget, after the information is provided, a balanced budget is provided to the state monitor, for there to be community engagement at that point in time as well. One of the places where we had a missed opportunity is, while we did provide great opportunity for our community to help inform what our budget priorities were as we entered our budget process, we did not go back out to our community to share with them what our framework of our budget would look like for this past year. So I have added some dates to my calendar, which we are sort of trying to finalize, that after that process is done and the draft balanced budget is provided to the state monitor and to the board, that we also have engagements with our community prior to the public hearing.
And thank you for sharing this information around how you're approaching certain things as they come forward. I do see a hand from Commissioner McCullough.
I do. I have one question for the member selection criteria. For the union leaders part, are we looking at teachers who are serving as elected union representatives? Or is there an actual spot where you can actually have teachers sit on this task force? Or is there a reason why it's not teachers specifically other than union leaders?
Yeah.
Right. No, I get that part. But as a former union representative, sometimes those individuals don't have the teacher's best interest at heart. So that's why I'm asking, I get that, but is there a room to have actual teachers?
Well, at this point in time,
The language.
we have approximately 21 individuals who will serve as membership of this task force, and that's a lot of people in itself. When we talk about the district employees, what we wanted to make sure, because we want to capture the viewpoint and the voice of building as well as district leadership. So the district employees right now, per this draft criteria, would be those who are serving in an administrative leadership role within the Rochester City School District, inclusive of principals as well as central office leaders. We felt that identifying administrators to be able to add voice to this would actually be more productive in us developing recommendations that could then be moved forward with based upon our understanding of the administrative capacity to be able to implement various things associated with the recommendations.
If I can, I get that. I see potential here for for building succession plans with building student teacher leaders in this, possibly giving them more insight. So I see there's potential there. I was just curious of how that could be built upon. Yeah. But I get it.
Yeah, if I can also indicate that, as Commissioner Santiago did ask, that this is not going to be the only mechanism by which we receive information that will help inform the budget. As we did this past October, we had community forums where I went out into the community along with the CFO and others, to sort of share with our community elements of our budget and the budget process. We also uplifted an opportunity for our community to be able to elevate to us what they felt to be important areas that they would like to see reflected in the budget. We went beyond that, and we also created a survey in which the survey was open to our entire school community as well as our external community as well. And we encouraged, through having information on social media for our community to be aware of it and to access the information. We sent out information via email and robocalls to our staff members to alert them of the opportunity. And while we did not yield a great number of responses last year, given our this last budget process and some of our concerns about next year's budget, having a $61 million gap, that I'm anticipating that there are going to be more people who are involved this upcoming year in our budget process.
I do want to add that as a governance team, and to Commissioner LeBron's point, how we own this particular budget, we own all of the budgets, right? But how we can be a support to administration as they work to get the word out. So as the task force is formed and they're doing that, we recognize there's teachers and community members that and other folks that may take interest. How do we ensure we're lifting our platforms to encourage folks to come out, learn about this budget, and supporting the understanding by ensuring they're in front of the information. So I think that's one active role we can take. Was there any other conversations regarding the budget task force at this time? And do we need to take any formal action on this? It's just something that you're entering into, and the state monitor's already got it in the plan, so it's happening. And if you all are amenable, I'd like to move on to, we have a progress monitoring report that we're not discussing this evening. It's just something for our review. But right, I do want to highlight it because between now and the business meeting, we have the opportunity to unpack that progress monitoring report, gain our understanding, get our clarity around our technical versus tactical questions, that type of thing, to be ready for the business meeting when we review. And I believe CGCS will be available to us if we need guidance on anything. Can you just provide what that looks like, Cindy? Thank you.
So as far as guidance around the guardrail monitoring report there, we are always available. If you have questions, feel free to call, email, text. If there is a will for us to be on hand during the meeting, we certainly can do that as well.
Okay. So at this time, this meeting may recess into executive session, closed to the public, to discuss matters leading to the employment status of specific individuals, to the appointment or removal of a particular corporation, and to discuss pending or current litigation, as well as matters made confidential by federal or state law with the general counsel. Entertaining that motion. By Santiago, seconded by McCullough. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're going to take executive session on the second floor conference room.
Second floor.